Labas rytas, good morning and welcome to the opening round of the 2026 ROTAX Max Challenge Lithuania, powered by kartapart.com. Well, it is now the time for the winter period to sort of fade into obscurity, as all our drivers here today, particularly in the ROTAX classes, will be on the path to the ROTAX Max Challenge Grand Finals that this year once again heads to Portimao in the Algarve of Portugal between the 7th to the 14th of November this year. Hello everybody and welcome along to the official live stream. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, here to talk you through all the action as it happens here today. So, the circuit here in Aukštadvaris measures just 1,130 metres with a maximum width of 8 metres. 14 turns in total around the anti-clockwise or counter-clockwise circuit, with 9 turns to the left, 5 to the right. And we do have our some of our other drivers. We do have, along with the usual drivers, including micro under 9s, junior hobby, mini senior hobby, senior Rotax, DD2 Masters. We also have the Nano and the baby classes as part of our racing here at the circuit. We will have 2 heats for all classes, apart from baby and Nano. Baby will have 1 race, and that will be at 12:56 local time, which is in probably about an hour, just under an hour, around about an hour and a half or so from now. The Nanos will have 2 races, which will be the 2 heats, and then everyone else will be involved in the respective finals. It is going to be rapid fire, and it has some of a few familiar faces and names to myself, having travelled over to both Lithuania and also Latvia in years past. Never been to Estonia, Ragnar Virus. I'm still waiting for my invitation on that particular point. But it will mean that some of these drivers who are part of some of the teams that are staples, such as NSL Racing, MG Motorsport, Intrepid Baltic team, also Lithuania, which is the Birol squad headed up by Martinas Stankiewicz. A big thank you once again to Martinas to bring me back on the microphone, as we do have some on-track activity. So, for those new to what ROTAX Max Challenge is all about, well, it's basically the opportunity for every single driver that runs in either a Micro Max, a Mini Max, well, any of the following 6 classes: Micro, Mini, Junior, Senior, and then we get to the DD2 and the DD2 Masters. From all of the ROTAX Max challenges across the world, the best of the best will qualify for what is one of the most colourful, I think for me it's one of the biggest conglomeration of karting drivers across the world that meet once a year in a place where a driver, at the end of a week's long worth of competition, where everyone gets a brand new chassis, brand new engine, gets tyres and fuel supported by Rotax out of Austria, to go and race for a week. And by going through their respective national one-off events or international championships thereof, or Rotax Max Challenges, then they will compete. And after 1 week, on Grand Finals Day, that person that crosses that line in the final and takes the victory, and it's confirmed, can call themselves a Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals champion. And it's good to see, well, I have been hearing from, I have to say, a big thank you to the team at No Limits, who are on site as we have our, I think it is our baby drivers on the circuit at the moment, having their 12-minute adventure around this 1,130 metre circuit. If you are watching along, please don't forget to say hi in the YouTube chat, or if you are watching on Facebook, please let me know who you are cheering on for, as we have the checkered flag. So we are coming to the end of the baby session here in Aukštadvaris. Now, for those wondering, what is the calendar for this year? Well, we do have quite a few rounds, which will be, this is round 1 of the season, and then we head on the 14th of June to Anexkiai, and then to Šiauliai on the, well, round 2 will be the 14th of June, and round 3 will be at Drift and Go at Šiauliai, which also does normally host a round of Rotax Max Challenge Nordic every year. That will be the 25th of July, and then we head to, then we've got 2 other rounds on the calendar, 29th of August and the 19th of September. So 5 rounds in total will give our drivers plenty of opportunity to get their chance to qualify for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. If they don't do it through here in RMC Lithuania, there's Rotax Latvia, there's Rotax Nordic, there's a multitude of other Rotax Max Challenges across the globe, and I do know for a fact that some people have already qualified, not necessarily from this part of the world, but people that have already qualified through the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy Asia, held earlier on this year in Macau. And yes, there is not only just the Circuito de Gaia, which is the main 6.2 kilometre circuit that hosts the FIA GT World Cup every year. Also the RTX Winter Trophy, which this year has now, well, the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy over in the United States. So I'm now going to throw a little bit of a motivational spur to our senior Rotax drivers competing here this weekend. Just be warned that Team UK's Macaulay Bishop, the defending champion, has already qualified. And people might say, why are you just singling out seniors? I could single out every single class. As you can hear, the wind is picking up significantly. There are grey, dark, menacing clouds, I think just off of the far part of the circuit. So I've been told it's incredibly cold in Aukštadvaris, and there you see we will have our first race coming up in they may advance the timetable, folks. So what this might mean is that, well, at the minute, there are slick tyres, I spy. Jonas Galazinas for Dream to Drive on the number 71, slick tyres. But there is a cart being wheeled away for some particular reason. I think that was the number 7 of Aras Pascalis Bagatrius in the number 7. Also part of the Dream to Drive squad. And it is getting darker out there. There are hoods. Oh, and there is rain. There is rain, and we have... And now that means an added bit of unpredictability gets thrown into the mix here at Aukštadvaris. And that wind is not... That rain is not falling downwards, it's going sideways. So it is not going to be an easy one for our drivers here today. But the main thing is, as long as these drivers are careful, make the right decisions at the right time, and at the moment it's around about 4 degrees centigrade, and that looks more than... Oh, that's not rain. I think that might be more than rain. That, it looks wintry. So the drivers are going to have to be very, very careful, and I would not be at all surprised if we do get information very soon as to whether we might have not... And there you see the forecast, and it is going to be single digits all the way through the day. Hopefully the weather will clear up. It was sunny a little bit earlier on, but we are at 3 degrees centigrade at the minute at the Aukštadvario Kartodromas. So there is the 10-hour forecast. Yeah, I do have. I was having a quick chat with Christos, who's heading up the production team for our live stream, and he said, yes, it is absolutely... I'm going to use the... you know what? The word actually seems fitting. It's absolute... Well, he said it's absolutely freezing cold. We here in the United Kingdom, and this is not intended as a pun or a joke or feeling sorry for everybody, because, I mean, I said to him, I wish I was there with you. He said, no, you do not. It's really, really cold. And we would use the term, well, it's absolutely Baltic out there in Lithuania at the moment. And I know for a fact that some people, some of my commentary colleagues, including the voice of the grand finals himself, Mr. Henry Baudet, who's been here, there and everywhere at the moment, he sends his regards, as do all the members of the greater Rotax racing family. But this is going to be a tricky one, and I would not be at all surprised to get things going. The timetable will be slightly accelerated, because then drivers will... Now I'm seeing wetsuits. It could be on that time window where we will have this paradigm shift when it comes to the weather. And if it gets to a point where safety is priority and a red flag gets thrown, I will not be at all surprised. But the thing is, obviously, with recent events happening at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, with the late Juha Mettinen, motorsport is dangerous, and every single individual that works in a paddock, gets behind the wheel, shuts the visor on that race helmet, knows the pitfalls and dangers of going out there to race. So... And, right, so someone is doing jumping jacks to keep warm. I'm not surprised on that front. Oh, that weather is not letting up, and that wind is picking up now. That's 18 miles an hour, and then some. So, and that is sweeping across the circuit. So in many respects, and obviously some of our canine companions are showing their clear disapproval of what the weather is doing right now. And I completely agree with them. Completely agree with them. It's, for those that competed at the Champions Winter Trophy in the on the Valentine's Day weekend at the karting Genk, we had temperatures that were very, very cold. We had a snowy podium. I then get an information notice via email from Brussels Airlines that my flight is cancelled. So it can hit anywhere in the world. But the main thing is, I hope that everyone is safe and well over there. I hope one day, if it permits, to hopefully be able to come out to Lithuania once again in the not too distant future. You never know. But still, the drivers are there. They are ready. They are primed to go out and race, despite the fact this is going to be more than Baltic. It is absolute, and look at the deluge onto the track. Our race director has a big decision to make right about now, because the drivers are sitting there ready. We might have to call this the RMC Lithuania Winter the Winter Wonder, as in a wander into the unknown. That is not... How can I put it? That's not cricket. And look, the drivers are still sitting in their carts. Now, let's see. So, mechanics are being ordered to leave the dummy grid. We have 3 minutes until the drivers are released. And this weather is showing no signs of letting up. So, yeah, obviously choice words from our camera individual who's just sworn in a language that I am familiar with. I can understand completely. There are a few choice words, not just from the team from No Limits, that are braving the elements, and a big thank you to them for once again providing the live stream for the 2026 season. I'm happy to confirm that I will be your commentator for the first 3 out of the 5 rounds this season, and a big thank you to Martinas Stankiewicz from the Lithuanian Barrel Art Squad, and also part of the organisation for this 2026 Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge, powered by cartapart.com. Oh, I don't... This is... they are there is still an intent for the drivers to be sent out there. And this is going to be a true test for our micro and micro under 9 drivers, who are going to be going out very, very shortly. 3 of which are in the under 9s. The rest are in the Micro Max division. One-minute board goes up, and this is going to be a 6-minute plus an additional lap race. Now, big development. Wet race has been called, and, well, no surprise, trolley jacks are in the dummy grid, so it looks like we are going to have a delay. And this means wet tyres will be more than likely going on. And I can see wheel guns in hands. Drivers trying to keep warm. I mean, surely, yes, the rain suits or wet suits that they are currently sporting will protect them to a certain extent against the elements. However, it does not keep them 100% away from the bracing wintry weather. And there we see on the number 16 of NSL Racing's Jokubas Juozaitis' kart, wet tyres are already on the back axle of the number 16. So in many respects, I think the right decision was made. Wet race being called by race direction, and thereby saying to the drivers, okay, here at Aukštadvaris, we've declared it wet race. We were due to start racing nearly they were due to be released about 2.5 minutes ago, as we were due to start at 11:30 local time here in Aukštadvaris. However, the weather has dictated what is going to happen. And I've seen that Timas Rimas's kart, the number 55 from MG Motorsport, that kart is already on terra firma. And then drivers saying, I need my suit, I need my rain suit. Well, I think as soon as the weather started coming in, I think some drivers did use a bit of due diligence and thought, right, this doesn't look great, I need my wetsuit. Some drivers have opted, well, number 10, I think, Taras Bakutis has not got a wetsuit on. But now might be the time, whilst they've got the window of opportunity, and, look, the jumping jacks have started already, again, just to keep the body temperature going. And sometimes by doing that, you're moving the blood circulation around the body. And also, with it being colder, the outer extremities, which includes legs, feet, toes, hands, fingers, are getting very, very cold. And I feel for our marshals out there as well, because they are waiting. And look, this is just getting significant now. And there is also a yellow warning in the locality. So, yellow warning for wind. And it looks like this might be, and this is all the way, and this is Curtis, the source that I've got, because Aukštadvaris is not too far from Vilnius. And this is from the Hydrometeorological Service of Lithuania. There have been 2 warnings for wind put out. One from yesterday at 2 p.m. right the way through until the end of today on Sunday, April 26, as that wind has just picked up. The gusts are significant. The drivers are going to be driving straight into this. The wind is now to the northwest, and it's at 38 kilometers per hour. Air temperature 5 degrees, but with the crosswind and the incoming snow, yes, that is snow, it feels like it's minus. It's below freezing. And at the minute, they're saying possibly that this weather might stick around for potentially the next hour. So at the moment, no on-track activity, because wet race has been already declared, and that was literally just after we got the 1 minute board coming, well, literally at 29 minutes past 11. Yeah, they are saying from what, because for those wondering, I am not physically at the circuit. I'm actually over back in the United Kingdom at the moment. But just by looking at what I see, it is not the greatest set of conditions that the drivers will have wanted. They would have wanted sunshine, maybe say about 11 degrees with a little breeze across the top. But that is the time schedule, because we've already had morning warm-up, we've already had qualifying practice. Of course, we are now delayed. We were due to start at 11:30 this morning with our first set of heats here at Aukštadvaris. And then we are due to conclude the meeting with the last race at 8 minutes to 5 here on Central Eastern European time, which is 2 hours ahead of British summer time at the moment. So I do really feel for the drivers here at the moment, and not just the drivers, it's everyone there. So we are officially delayed, and I'm just getting some information very shortly as to the new start time. So here we go with the starting grid for the first race of the season, and there you see the drivers showing up, including Jonas Gelzenis, Jokabas Juozaitis, Jonas Bauzaitis. So I can hear engines fired up. So this is the first of 2 heats for micro and micro under 9s. So Rodrigo Lapin's bringing up the rear of the field. So this is going to be very, very crucial on getting these tyres into the window of gripping the circuit. It is going to be slick, it is going to be greasy, and they are running into a headwind as such. And this is going to be crucial. When you get these kind of conditions, so we have got yellow flags. Around the circuit, so we haven't quite gotten going yet. However, and you can see that the weather is still significantly coming down. That is not going to be easy. Drivers are instructed to slow because they need to be in a 2x2 rolling start formation, and the drivers are sort of saying to each other, well, no, you need to stay out of the way. No, you need to stay out of the way. This is difficult because they're having to deal with the conditions. They're having to deal with all of this as it happens. So, finally, we get to this point where the drivers should hopefully get into their starting order. This is not going to be an easy one for the drivers to contend for this way. It should normally be a 2x2 rolling start, but it looks like we have gone green for 2026 as Goran Duliev looking to get through on the 67 of Domas Norkus for the race lead. Tima Stranseca and Jonas Baltru-Zaitis is there in 4th position, then a big gap all the way back to the 55 of Timas Limas. Aras Pascalis Bagatrius in the number 7 ahead of looks like Vilius Taros Bakutis, who rounds out the top 7 and leads in the under 9 division, but the top 4 have broken away, so we have 5 minutes and 20 seconds plus an additional lap of this circuit left to go. But the top 4 have broken away early, and you can just see how treacherous it is. As we've got a red flag, so we have got a stoppage. They have stopped the race. Now, whether that is due to an incident, but they're going to stop them on the start-finish line. Now, I have to say, ciao, Yanis Karajuks, who is the man behind ROTAX Latvia, another good friend within the Baltic region. That ROTAX Max Challenge Estonia joins the Latvian calendar, and from 6 rounds, 5 will be racing together with ROTAX Max Challenge Lithuania in Latvia. So, plenty of racing from our friends over in the Baltic states, so Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia to boot. So the timer has stopped at 4 minutes and 43 seconds as Grazis Benedictas in the number 66 is being pushed back. And for those wondering, yes, it has been snowing. Your eyes are not deceiving you. They haven't deceived me since I went live. We went live just over half an hour ago. But there looks to be a little bit of salvation for our drivers, which is a good thing to see. In the fact that things are brightening up. So I am wondering whether we may have a possible full restart on our hands. So, some semblance of what I would call sunshine or light thereof is starting to pierce its way through this freezing cold weather that we have here at Aukštadvaris. So the darker clouds was the incoming significant weather. High speed, wintry conditions. And now the drivers, at the moment, have to wait. So it looks like we might be going back to some kind of order. There's the number 6, Rodrigo Lapins, in the micro division. So we have a total of 13 drivers, 3 of them. So we are going full restart, it seems. So now it's a case of reorganising the grid to what it was previously. So poor Rodrigo Lapins is going to be pushed to the back of the 13 kart field. So we will go with a full restart. They just have to get the karts into the relevant position. As well as Kasparovicius in the number 20 kart, the driver that was the third out of the micro under 9s that qualified, was over 2/10 quicker than Rodrigo Lapins in the number 6 kart. So engines now will be told they're firing up. 1 formation lap. So drivers are being instructed to move on. Jonas Galzenis nearly getting out of formation there, but it's Timas Rimas in the 55 that will start from pole position. Tomas Norkus in the 67 will line up alongside on the front row. Very close between 3rd and 5th in time qualifying earlier on. Aras Pascalis Bagatrius in the number 7 car rounds out the top 3 ahead of Gordy Dulev. With Jonas Galzenis rounding out the top 5 in the 71. Timosalan Seka, Vilias Staros Bakutis round out the top 7 with Jonas Baltruasaitis, Jokubas Juozaitis, then Benediktas Grasis rounding out the top 10. Vladislav. I'm just going to call the number 90 Vladislav. I am not going to try and attempt that surname. Vilkiki, I think, possibly, if you want to consider the IJ as a Y. Azuolas Kasparavicius and Rodrigo Lapins. That is your 13-strong grid. So, it is going to be... looks to be a full restart. 6 minutes plus an additional lap as Rimas and Norkus lead the field out from what will be turn number 14 very shortly. So they are now past the red line of no return. So for the second time of asking, Micro and Micro under 9 out of turn number 14 into the tram lines. Do we go revs up and green? I'm not too sure if we have, but we'll see if that is the case. The timer has not moved from 6 minutes, but now it has. Well, it has gone green, so we are underway as everyone fires in to turn 4 into the right hairpin. An overtake attempt for second position as it's Dula versus Rimas for P2. Tomas Norkus trying to stretch an early advantage, and through they go into turn 7 just off of Marshall Post 4 at the top part of the circuit. Very deceptive top part of it, as it's a sweeper through into 8. Then you've got to be very careful at turn 9. Now through into the S complex here at turns 10 and 11. And Tomas Norkus has run away at the moment through into turns 12, now 13, and then through into the sweeping left. That brings us on to the start-finish straight. And Tomas Norkus leads after the opening lap of the race with an advantage over Timas Rimas, who's now got past Gordy Dulev for second position. The gap was over 7.5 tenths of a second. So Tomas leads the way ahead of Timas, Gordy, Aras Pascalis, Jonas rounding out the top 5 in the number 71 kart. Look at this, 3 wide nearly, and that is for third position. So they've got to be very, very careful, and that is Aras Pascalis Bagatrius that leads the way in the battle for P3. So Gordy Dulev in the number 42 has dropped down. Well, it's not dropped down, that's actually the battle for 4th place. My apologies there to Gordy, who is away and clear. The top 3 after the opening lap covered by 1.5 seconds, as we are soon to complete only our second lap. And unfortunately, Benediktas Grazis in the number 66 has DNF'd from the race and has retired. Gordy Dulev, new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 11.391. New updated graphics for this season, giving us indications of very much in the same vein as Formula 1. Gordy Dulev at an average speed of 56.98 kilometers an hour. That is nearly 40 miles an hour average speed. It's very twisty here at Aukštadvaris, and that could be quite deceptive. You might think, oh yeah, that's a really, really good lap time. But then you look at the average speed and you go, ah, precisely. But look at the gap. It is 3.1 seconds between DD2 as we could see a move side by side, wheel to wheel, as the sunshine now bathes the circuit here at Aukštadvaris, as we have just under half of the race left to go in terms of the counter ticking down from 6 minutes to 0, then the additional lap. The wind still absolutely pushing its way across the circuit, but look at this, the top three are very, very close indeed, and DD2, new fastest lap, 1 minute 10.964, and the 42 is right with Rimas and with Tomas Norkus, as we have got a fight on our hands to the inside. Tight on the apex goes DD2, trying to get through on Rimas for second position, and now they're going to go through here at turn number 6. So after 3 laps, the gap 0.5 of a second. So we may have enough time for maybe 3 laps, which will include the next 2. We will be tight on time. Rimas goes tight on the apex, and that was through out of turn number 10 and 11. Through out of now this is going to be close. DD2 looking to the inside of Rimas. Rimas defends the inside line through into third, through out of third into turn 14. Tomas Norkus holding on. So it's going to be to the wire, and it is going to be 2 remaining. We are basically on the bubble. And look at the run by DD2, trying to get through on Rimas for second position. And Rimas is fighting all the way through. And oh, there's a little bit of a touch between DD2 and Rimas. Dulev keeps to the outside line, coming through out of turn number 5, through into turn 6. And Dulev has got the crisscross done, but they make side wheel contact, not just once but twice, through into turn 7. And I think DD2 has made the move. He's got through. Great work by DD2, but gets a little bit wide through out of turn 9. And Rimas retakes the position. But this is giving Tomas Norkus all the opportunity in the world to get through and away, as we are counting down the timer. It is going to be on the bubble, and we are going to be 2 laps to go. And now the gap is less than 3 tenths. Rimas with a big run through turn 1 to the inside. Goes the number 55. DD2 still has the fastest lap of the race, but here comes Rimas. And Tomas Norkus able to put the parallel on the racing line, but runs wide. Rimas tries to get through. Tomas Norkus fights it through into turn 6 of marshal post 3. And now they're wheel to wheel through into turn 7. And Rimas gets through. Keep your eyes on DD2. The number 42 on the Formula K chassis is right there and will capitalise with only a single invitation and no hesitation required. And a bit of a slow moment out of turn number 11 by Rimas, new race leader, as we have just about 1.1 kilometres to go. Tomas Norkus to the inside of the final corner, and it is going to be last lap. Who's getting through at turn 1? And Rimas, new fastest lap of the race, to the outside at T1 he goes. Oh, brilliantly done by Rimas. Gets through on Tomas Norkus, who had the inside line out of the final corner into turn 1. Azuoles Kasparovicius leads the micro under 9s in the meantime. 8th overall, having moved up a couple of positions, but Rimas leads us through into turn 7 for the final time. DD2, nearly the right rear wheel for the 42, would have touched the damp wintry grass that we see around us here at Aukštadvaris, and still tries to push tries to see if there's an opportunity to get past Tomas Norkus with a run like that out of turn number 10. He nearly had the window of opportunity. But we are coming down to the checkered flag being waved, and it will be Rimas that wins the opening heat of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, powered by kartapart.com, in the micro and micro under 9 heat 1 of the day. The winning margin just under 7/10 of a second. Tomas Norkus, our pole sitter, finishes P2 ahead of the 42 of Gordedulev. Aras Pascalis Bagatrius in the number 7 rounds out your top 4, followed by the number 16 of Jokubas Juozaitis. Timas Transeka, Jonas Gelzenis, Jonas Baltrusazaitis, Rodrigo Lapins round out the top 9 in Micro Max. Vladislav in the number 90 rounds out the finishers with Azuolas Kasparovicius and Viliastaros Bakutis in the micro under 9s, completing your top 11 and with Bakutis finishing second and Kasparovicius winning in micro under 9s. Unfortunately for the number 66, for Benedictas Grazis, would not take the start of the full restart that we had. Fastest lap, Timas Rimas, 1 minute 9.703, and the biggest loser was Viliastaros Bakutis in the number 10. Lost the most places. Most gained was Jokubas Juozaitis, up 4 positions, but that is your provisional finishing order. And what do I mean by that? Well, it says results displayed are not official and are subject to change. Of course, every session will mean that the drivers will have to go onto the weighbridge, so kart and driver must weigh at least 105 kilograms, including the fuel and the tyres and the driver, with everything on there. And look at this. This is a sight that I think that everyone in the Baltic regions has been waiting for, especially our Lithuanian friends. So they will have all had their front fairings checked, so the phone of doom will be out, or as Henry Rodette would like to say, the iPad of doom. And he's been busy at Silverstone this past weekend with our good friends, and I mean that sincerely, in the fact of myself and Henry do work a lot with live streaming partners, Alpha Live over in the UK when it comes to karting and a little bit further afield. Alpha Live are the official broadcasters of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. So that is one race in the books, as we have our junior and junior club division ready to go, and 12 drivers will go into competition for 8 minutes plus an additional lap. We'll have Mini after this, then Senior and Senior Hobby, followed by DD2 and DD2 Masters, and then Nano and Baby, and then we will have around about a half-hour break in proceedings. The Nano race will be the semi-final. The Baby race, which will be 12 minutes, they will have their award ceremony after that race has concluded. The Nanos, their prize giving will take place after their final, which will be just before the finals get underway. It will be possibly a little, well, we might be running a little bit closer to time because no one needed to be recovered. From our micro and micro under 9s. So the juniors are about to head out onto the circuit. Green flag waves at the end of the dummy grid, and everyone filters their way out onto the circuit. Starting from pole position, it will be the well, I'm just trying to keep an eye on what's been going on. There's so much going on here at the moment at Goldschmidt commentary, remote commentary HQ here in the United Kingdom. But it will be Patrikas Jokius in the number 251 who's due to start from pole position. Emilis Juozaitis due to start P2 in the 210. So the drivers will now go on to their formation lap, and still the wind has picked up, the wintry sensation here at the circuit here in Aukštadvaris is very, very so it will be Patrikas Jokius and I think it's Marius Mazinis who is going to be starting in second position. Emilis Juozaitis and Oskaras Pikovas. Joris Sigimantas Stankiewicz ahead of Oskar Navumchik, Markus Jauk and Keita Spike, who I would imagine is going to be the younger sibling of Marta. Do have a kart. Oskaras Pikovas has broken down, it looks like. So we do have a change in proceedings. Vainius Salanovicius, Sebastian Ninime, Mikolas Dermantas and Gustav Narves will round out the 12 strong drivers on the field. So looks like we are going to get things underway as Patrikas Jokius will start from pole position. Into the tram lines we head. Do we go green here in juniors? Yes, we do. And it is going to be the run through into turns 1 and 2 for the first time. And Jokius leads the way. Juozaitis up to P2. Mazinas P3. And is having to get the elbows out early. So it looks like we have a shortened race. So they have put it to 6 minutes plus an additional lap, it seems. Well, the timer has actually gone a little bit earlier than that, according to what we see. But there's going to be a loss of position. That's through into turn 7, 2 by 2. Hurrah for around about 4th place. But Patrikas Jokius and Emilis Juozaitis are pulling away. Oh, dive bomb and a half there. That's into turn 10. So whoever decided to do the old Danny Rick trick, lick the stamp and send it, might have gotten through and have got a position or two in the meantime. However, Patrikas Jokius leads after the opening lap with Marius Mazinas. And look at this, nearly 3 wide going into turns 1 and 2. 2 by 2 Noah's Ark style, and someone gets edged out, and that is Emilis Juozaitis. So it looks like Marius Mazinas is up into P2, trying to chase down Patrikas Jokius. Navumchik up to P4. Juozaitis now down to what might be 5th, but it could be 6th momentarily if Keita Spike manages to get through. So at the top of the circuit through into turn 7 and 8 go the field. So Patrikas Jokius, fastest lap of the race so far, leading by 8 tenths, 57.468 seconds for the 251. Has raced quite a few years now and has just gone quickest of anybody, but then Marius Mazinas has just bettered that by nearly a tenth of a second. Mazinas now in with a 56.381 second lap time. And Markus Jauk closing on in, is about 1.8 seconds off of second position. And Mikolas Dermantas in the 207 has moved up 4 spots so far. And so non-starter from Aukštadvaris Kart, Joris Sigimantas Stankiewicz was the driver that looks to have had the technical drama by the updated time that I have seen. So what we will have now is running where the drivers are very, very comfortable. They are on the slick tyres, which for the juniors, which will normally be the D2 XX CIK FIA Mojo tyres. Mojo, the official tyre partner of Rotax racing around the globe, has dived to the inside, and that would have been a battle between Aukštadvaris Kart and Mikolas Dermantas in the 248 and the 207, squabbling over 6th position at the moment as they go through into turn 7, then through into the right hand sweeper here at turn 8. But Emil Juzaitis, all the way down in 10th position, is struggling at the minute and has a big gap up to Vainius Zalnaravicius. As we see Markus Jauk with Oskar Navalchik in the number 202 Tony Kart, who has just put in the fastest lap of the race, a 56.270. I don't like how Oscar's front fairing is looking at the moment. It's a big, that looks like it might be scraping on the ground, and it's also got a bit, well, it's got a big indentation central to the Nassau panel. So, but sometimes that can be deceiving, that you might get the little, you know, you might make the slightest tap to the bumper of the cars in front, and it doesn't do anything to the positioning of the clips on the front bumper. Because if those clips are not in, I will be very, very surprised. But there could be, if they are in, then Navalchik could end up with a post-race 5-second time penalty, which cannot be appealed. Of course, there has been a lot of talk in the karting world, particularly over in the United States, of getting rid of the front bumper penalty system. But in a way, the 5 seconds effectively means that you have had a collision of some description. So thereby it's a non-appealable penalty. However, Marius Mazinas trying to close in still to Patrikas Jokius in the number 251. In previous years has run with the GS Racing Club. This is a pretty good scrap here between Markus Jauk and Oskar Navalchik for P3. Into turn 1 they go. They're both improving all the while, but the gap up to Marius Mazinas from Markus Jauk is now 3.3 seconds and climbing. Navalchik, the last lap he did was a 56.5, 5.69. Markus Jauk a 56.634. Patrikas Jokius just did a personal best of a 56.287. Sebastian Nienmey in the number 277 still running. So 11 drivers that out of the 12 that started the race are still running. We have gone on to 2 laps to go. So Patrikas Jokius leads the way in the 251 entry ahead of Marius Mazinas. Here comes Markus Jauk and Oskar Navalchik. Jokius now new fastest lap of the race, 56.183. Opens up the gap to Mazinas to 6/10. I've now got showing that it is final lap of the race. So Patrikas Jokius leading the way, and they will be now heading into turns 11 and 12 very shortly. And it will be the fact that Patrikas Jokius is more than likely going to lead from lights out to checkered flag, as third and fourth will come through out of turn 14 very shortly. But it is going to be Patrikas Jokius out of the final corner, wins heat 1. And that is it for the race. So a shortened adventure for our drivers in the junior ranks. So Patrikas Jokius, after 9 minutes and 19 seconds of race time, takes the win and sets the fastest lap of the race, a 55.975 on his last lap out of 9, finishing 9/10 of a second ahead of Marius Mazinas. Markus Jauk held off Oskar Navunchik for P3. Oskaras Pinkovas finishing 5th ahead of Keita Spike, Mikolas Dermantas and Gustavs Narvaez rounds out the top 8 with Vainius Ravicius and Emilius Jozaitis, who lost the most places, down 8 positions. So started on the outside of the front row, finishes P10 with Sebastian Ninimai in 11th. Joris Zigimantas-Stankiewicz did not finish the race, and the kart broke down before we even got going, with Patrikas Jokius finishing the race as the winner and also holder of the fastest lap. And that is Stankiewicz. So there is Stankiewicz's plus kart now being recovered to the will be recovered to the pit lane. Very difficult for a young driver to take that on board, if I'm completely truthful. But it is never easy when these drivers are very, very much having to deal with quite a lot. And these young drivers do put a lot of pressure on themselves. And it is it's never easy for them. So coming up next, we will have our Mini Max drivers as they are sitting in the dummy grid. So the funny thing is, with regards to the 2026 Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge powered by Kartsmart.com calendar, so just a reminder that we will have, now the unusual thing is, and I have to credit Martinez for doing this, the first 2 rounds actually run on a Sunday. So this round, round 2, round 3 when we go to Drift and Go, that will be Rotax Lithuania and Latvia. Oh my days. I'm just looking at this at the moment, and I just looked up and I went, ah, right. Is it snowing? If anyone might remember Gremlins, the new batch with the one that has the and look, that is how the weather has changed. So 4th and 5th round, August the 29th and September the 19th. That will be in Riga. 4th round will include ROTAX Nordic. 3rd round will include ROTAX Latvia. And then the 5th round will include ROTAX Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia. So let's get underway with our next race. It is time for Mini Heat 1. Taras Simnikas will start from pole position, following on from time qualifying this morning with Carlis Bernssons in P2 and rounding out the front row. Emilis Kapkauskas and Remigius Kriausiunas round out row number 2. Martins Lapins and Ivo Os round out row 3 with Oskaras Bakutis and Timur Babenko rounding out the top 4 rows. Michelis Zube and Oskaras Prelaidas round out the top 10 with Kasparas Admonis and Vilijamas Joselinas rounding out your 12-strong grid. So, the weather, what can we say about the weather? It's nearly a winter wonderland here at Aukštadvaris at the moment. A few stragglers at the back. That's the that's eighth. Well, that's the last 4 drivers, so 9th to 12th. However, make that there's going to be a few stragglers. So are they going to let them go to green here in Heat 1? Yes, they are. So let's see if the timer does count down. I think, let's see, are there going to be yellow flags? I'm just keeping an eye out. No, it looks like we have gone green. There are no yellow flags waving at the moment, but it was a bit of a broken start. So the timer is going down, so we are racing. As this is now who? Oh, right, the one who was just leading, I think that was Taras Simnikas, I think just went off the circuit. Just out of camera shot. And oh, well, they are on slick tyres. And this now brings a safety question into perspective. So now, if the race director deems it unsafe to continue, a red flag will be thrown. That will be at the discretion of Zaranas Baizis, who is our race director for the event. And that is not showing signs of letting up. Snow in the air. Oskaras Bakutis leads the way with Carlis Bernssons. Right, well, there is a big gap actually. It's Oskaras Bakutis that leads ahead of Carlis Bernssons, who's got Kriausiunas going wheel to wheel. Now, there is Bakutis going through in towards turn 5. Kriausiunas and Bernssons battling away over P2. The Energy Corsa chassis runs wide, but gets the grip and the traction down. Michelis Zube and the number 121 puts in the new fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 15.004, but dark clouds, snow inbound. This is going to be incredible, and that is why we saw Taras Simnikas go straight off the circuit and straight on. And that is looking more like, well, we've got Jujeliunas out of the race as well. So 2 drivers out of the 12 that started have fallen fallen by the wayside. And Oskaras Bakutis is now 2.7 seconds up the road, but Carlis Bernssons was 0.7 slower on that particular occasion. So it is going to be a case of how bad does it get, because Bernssons, that was through at turn 5, was nearly sideways off the track where we saw Zimnikas go straight on. And there is the 181, Vadamonis. So Kasparas trying to pull the cart. If the marshal touches the cart, the driver is thereby excluded from the race, is thereby out of the race. So it becomes effectively an assisted situation. And look how dark it has just become. The peripheral vision on these drivers must be absolutely put through the ringer. And this means that the lead that Oskaras Bakutis had after lap 2 is going to be eaten into by Carlis Bernssons. And that snow, that is more than just small, that is intense. And the gap has come down to 2 seconds. I don't know, I have to say chapeau to all these drivers for braving the conditions. But it just depends on what happens now, because they are coming towards the end of the race. We're a minute and 45 plus an additional lap, so Taras Simnikas out. Viljamas Juselinas is out of the race, so we still have 10 drivers. They are still braving these conditions. Now, the thing is that if this, I've seen, if anyone might remember, now, I was part of the Rotax Max Challenge Germany commentary team 2 years ago, and around about this time of year, we had the first round of the season, and I was alongside Sebastian Bauer in the commentary box. And we had basically what we nicknamed the RMC Germany Wackersdorf Winter Trophy. As now, look at this. Bernssons is now pressurising Bakutis for the race lead. And it was 2 seconds. And that is a big amount of time lost by Oskaras Bakutis. And here comes Kriaus Juras to the inside at turn 3. And now goes the inside at 4, trying to get 2 for the price of 1. Has Remigius Kriaus Juras just taken the race lead? No, not quite. Good effort, nevertheless. And we are going to have one more lap remaining after this. And Oskaras Bakutis has just gotten the get out of jail free card. But they've got to be very, very careful. These conditions are worsening. And Bakutis is fighting the steering wheel at the moment. That back end is not wanting to put the power down easily. And through these tighter sections, Bernssons trying to go over under. Bakutis mounts the curbs. Kriaus Juras thought there was a window of opportunity. Used discretion as the better part of valor to stick out of trouble and not cause drama for himself and the drivers around him. However, to the inside, it's going to be out of the final corner. Oh, hip and shoulder check between Bernssons and Kriaus Juras. And on to the last lap. Kriaus Juras in the 199 now leads the race. Bernssons trying to do what he can to get through on Bakutis for P2. But Kriaus Juras knew that he had to make that move. It was a little bit firm. It was a little bit robust. It will be down to the clerk of our race director, clerk of the course, and also the stewards as well to make their decision on whether that was deemed to be more of a racing incident than an intentional accident. But despite the snow coming down biblically here at the Aukštadvaris circuit, but oh, straight on. Who is that? Oh dear, now that is Oskaras Bakutis, has gone straight on, no traction, he's out! Oskaras Bakutis was leading and is now pushing the cart on his own, but it will be Remigius Kriaus Juras who will win here in Mini, ahead of Carlis Berenson's Kriausiunas. Chance favours the prepared mind and now can get a bit sideways here at Aukštadvaris. I am going to use a Jewish terminology here for that race. Oy vey. That is all I can say about this race. Absolutely crazy mini Heat 1. Remigijus Kriausiunas takes the win after 6 laps ahead of Carlis Berensons. Michaelis Juppe gains 6 places from 9th on the grid to not only take P3 but takes the fastest lap of the race in the very heavily snow affected Heat 1 in Mini, 1 minute 15.004. Ivo Os and Emilis Kapkauskas ran out your top 5 ahead of Timur Babenko, Martins Lapins. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Oskaras Bakutis is going to be, well, it's going to be classified 9th after Oskaras Prilaidas, and is now confirmed as a DNF. Kasparas Adamonis, Taras Simnikas, and Vilijamas Juzelunas it was also out of the race. I cannot believe what we have just witnessed here at Aukštadvaris. And look, the low-lying fog has joined the party as well. Oh my days, what is going on here? And, well, that has, I mean, I'm looking at this now. I would laugh, but it's not actually appropriate because I feel for everyone that is at the circuit at Aukštadvaris, everyone that is working behind the scenes to make this work, the circuit that has been so helpful in making this be the first round of the championship season, but also everyone working behind the scenes as one of the marshals picking up the cart of Oskaras Bakutis from where it was stationary, and the cart went straight on at turn number 13 and didn't stop going. And because Oskaras, like a lot of the other drivers, were on slick tyres, so that then brings us to hello seniors. Because now that is going to be 100% Mojo W5s bolted. And look at the snow. Right, I was just going to say 336 there has got snow settling on the left rear tyre. So 336, who is that? I'm sure that I will find out in oh, that is settling on the... Oh dear, that is... That snow is not hanging... Well, it kind of is and it kind of isn't. Well, it's not hanging about, but it's definitely settling. That snow, oh my days. Everything is, look, everything is getting pelted, getting covered. And I'm sure that in awnings, heaters will be the word of the day. And a few choice expletives might be shouted in particular awnings. Shop for the best karting gear with your racing suppliers at kartapart.com, our sponsors of the Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge for 2026. Head to www.kartapart.com to make sure you get what you need to go racing safely and fairly. Well, we have had wind, we have had light snow, we've had sunshine, we've had dark clouds, we now have fog and laying snow on the ground here at Aukštadvaris for the opening round of the season. And if this continues, then it is going to have to be an organisational decision of whether the racing does carry on. But hopefully the weather should improve, from what I understand, over the course of the day. But that is dependent on someone upstairs. And I am seeing that it might be a possibility probably within the next half an hour. That's brilliant. Hearing that chatter in the background. Ah, nice weather. Yes, very nice. It's good weather if you wanted to go and visit Santa Claus right about now. But I digress. So there are ongoing discussions happening down in Park Fermé and at the pre-grid. Absolutely are those people down there on ground zero. But a big thank you to everyone that has stuck with us so far on YouTube and on Facebook as well. Those seats are going to be absolutely freezing cold. I don't envy these drivers one bit, nor do I envy the mechanics who are... Now, as you can see, tyres are going on. They will be of the wet designation, the Mojo W5s. And of course, after this, we'll have DD2 and DD2 Masters. Followed by, now, obviously we've got the Nano and the Baby classes that will be running after this, after when we've completed with DD2 and DD2 Masters, but obviously there may be a little bit, I'm sure that there will be some discussions behind the scenes, reference the youngest drivers, because obviously these conditions are quite significantly challenging, and for the Nano and the Baby drivers, there will be a concern over their safety, but you know what, at the end of the day, there is a point whereby the drivers may override the race director. And what I mean by that is the fact of they will want to go out there and have their time out on track, which I completely understand and appreciate. But bearing in mind, with any competitor, it will be the case of seeing how things proceed in today's racing. So if we do have significant delays, the timetable more than likely will be delayed. Whether there are other decisions that are made accordingly, apropos towards the conditions. Now, the snow has started to lessen. It has laid on the grass, but of course, once snow starts to melt, what do you get? You get a green, you get a slick, greasy circuit. And as you can see by the pictures, for those that are watching at home, thank you so much for joining us here today. You can see there, that is definitely a wet race situation, 100%. But more to the point is, due diligence from everybody must be utilised. So, whilst we... oh, hang on a second. 3-minute board has just gone up. Hang on a sec. They still got the carts on the trolley. I was just about to say we're going to go to a commercial break, and then they go 3-minute board. Yeah, well, all I can say is, yes, trolley jacks are now starting to be cleared away. I think Domas Kalarovicius in the senior club division, 334 now being brought off of the trolley jack onto the ground. So the Birolot that formerly looked white and red now looks more white than red. Brushes the snow out of the way and then sits in the puddle that's accumulating at the bottom of the seat. Right, so green flag waves at the end of the dummy grid, and let's take you through the starting order of senior and senior club. Heat number 1, Dovydas Gudalevicius and Tom Strela round out the front row with Gudalevicius on pole. Ginas Rimkus and Marius Karsiaukas round out row number 2 with Estonia's Oliver Kirk, and then Rodrigo Kakas alongside on row number 3. Matas Balsius and Lorinas Kalaravicius round out the top 4 rows, with Gaius Bertkus and Kimi Komolainen rounding out the top 10. Dovydas Kvaselis and Normantas Varsavicius round out the top 12. Jonas Liurkauskas and Ugne Puskoriute round out row 7, with Domas Kalaravicius rounding out the 15-strong grid. So, for this race, it will be 8 minutes plus an additional lap. So we have 11 senior Rotaxes, 11 and 4 senior club karts ready to go. Tom Strella, known for a long time. Still remember his runs with Dan Holland Racing back in the days when he used to compete with the likes of Jacob Ashcroft, now in Ginetta Juniors with Elite Motorsport these days. As we go revs up, lights are green, and into turn 1, and straight away, oh, I heard that smack. That was something you could hear from a mile back. I think that was Gudlevicius going straight into the back of Tom Strela, but that was a big old wallop. Whoever clattered into who, that sounded like it had an echo chamber, because you could hear the resonance and the vibration all at the same time. But here we go, through into turn 7 for the first time, and quite a few drivers are trying to make their best moves forward, but battle for the lead through into turn 10. And this is not going to be easy. Oh, whoever was leading there at the moment is wheel to wheel, and that would have been Strela. Strela is sideways behind Gudlevicius through out of turn number 14. Strela to the inside out of the final corner, and will be ahead by a nose into turn 1. The Latvian gets through sideways through turn 1. Gudlevicius back through for the race lead. Rimkus now with them. Top 3 covered by just over 4 tenths as the clear blue skies return here at Aukštadvaris. Gudlevicius runs wide and through into turn 5. Strela takes the tighter line, runs wide coming out of the corner, gets past by not just Gudlevicius but Rimkus as well. Strela back on the offensive, to the inside goes the Latvian for SM Racing, and look how he is. He's right on the ragged edges, Tom Strela, and nearly gets a touch from Ginas Rimkus from behind. Well, let's just say seniors as always bring the fireworks. But Dovydas Gudlevicius is leading the way by nearly 3/4 of a second ahead of Tom Strela. And Gudlevicius now has the fastest lap of the race in the pocket. Also, I have to give a shout out to Maxim Shurko, who has a birthday today. Who has run for many a year with the Lithuanian Imperial Art squad run by Martina Stankovičius. So happy birthday to him. As Tom Strela, oh, that SM racing car, it looks like it's understeering really badly, but with the wet conditions you can see how slick the track is. Dovydas Gudlevicius, oh, Rimkus gets a wake-up call there from Strela. And again, it just goes to show how quickly things can turn. And yeah, Tom's always normally having mum and dad around. Of course, dad being Armand's. And Alman celebrating his birthday back on the 2nd of March. As we are halfway through this race, and Dovydas Gudlevicius. Oh, well, it looks like we had a multitude of drivers that did not take the start. So Oliver Kirk, Rodrigo Kakas, Matas Balsius, Lorenes Kalarovicius, Dovydas Kvazelis, Jonas Liutkauskas, Ugne Puskoriute, and Domas Kalarovicius. But a big drama there for Marius Karsiaukas. That was definitely a code brown there for the 373, who's dropped to the bottom of the order with Kimi Kobolainen now through, along with Normantas Avarsavicius, the only senior club driver that has ended up out on the circuit. But you can see here just how tricky it is. Tom Strehler is working with a kart that's not quite in harmony with the driver at the moment, and has moved down from 2nd to now what is 4th position. As Avarsavicius, that front bumper looks a little bit sketchy on the front of the 336. Well, that's the 383 of Kaius Petkus actually. So Petkus's front bumper looks like it's a little bit loose, let's say. But again, it's kind of using your instincts to see where the grip is in the corners as these drivers make their way through out of turn 13. Strehler to the inside line, and you get the run hard on the accelerator. Petkus looks over the left shoulder. Strehler now through. As Marius Karsiaukas has dropped all the way down to last out of the 7 drivers from what would have been 15 starters, but 8 not taking to the start itself. And now what this is meaning is that Tom Strehler and Kaius Petkus is bringing in the likes of Arvasavicius and Kobulainen. Goes through into T7. Petkus on Strehler. Strehler fights back, elbows out, knives clearly sharpened for the 359 from SM Racing. But you can just see how hard they're having to fight with the wheels. I mean, these karts are chronically understeering as we've got... I mean, look at the lap times. Dovydas Gudlevicius. I mean, he's got a lead over Ginas Limkas, who's just put in the fastest lap of the race of 1:05.376. A lead of 4.1 seconds. Bang on the decimal point. But still, Petkus and Strehler, they're battling like the last two petulant school children in the playground, battling over the last swing that's not being occupied. So again, Petkus and Strehler side by side. This is getting very close, a bit too close for comfort. Out of turn 13. And that might have been possibly Arvasavicius that has just gone around because Komalainen has gone through. So this is this plus one more lap remaining. Oh, and a hit from behind. I'm sure that Petkus's bumper might be in after that bit of contact with the rear of Tom Strehler's SM Racing car through into turn 7. Timer has expired, and Ginas Limkas trying to close in on Dovydas Gudlevicius for the race win, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Oh, Petkus has got to be very, very careful right about now, because that is getting a bit close to the edge, so to speak. Because the more that he forces the issue, the less time he's going to have to respond if Strela parks the kart on the racing line. Final lap is underway. Strela trying to bolt away to the distance from Kaius Petkus. And, well, the gap has come down between Dovydas Kudlevicius and Ginas Rimkus. They've got Karas Sigaukas in between them at the moment. But through out of turn 6 goes the number 389. There's the 377 of Rimkus on the Falcon chassis, which I can make out by the black and green livery on the sticker kit. As Tom Strela, he will have definitely earned a reprieve after this race, because he's had so much pressure. And again, Kaius Petkus needs to watch his braking points. But Dovydas Kudlevicius will be taking the win very shortly, and he does so by 2.5 seconds ahead of Ginas Rimkus, and through on Marius Karasiaukas. Tom Strela has to go 2 wheels on the grass, but still holds on to P3 by 47 thousandths. Karasiaukas nearly got completely in the way at the 359, and that could have cost Tom Strela 3rd place there. Kaius Petkus, Kimi Komalainen, Nomantas Avarsevicius, and 1 lap down, Marius Karasiaukas ends up completing your running order. Oliver Kerg, Rodrigo Kakers, Matas Balsius, Lorinus Kalarovicius, Dovydas Kvazelis, Jonas Liurkauskas, Ugne Puskorute, and Thomas Kalarovicius round out the drivers that opted not to start. Normantas Avarsevicius did gain the most places, mainly due to the DNSs. Marius Karasiaukas lost the most positions, and Ginas Rimkus took the fastest lap of the race, as sunshine and clear skies are welcome back, I'm sure, with open arms. And next up, for our next race, we turn our attention from seniors to our 2-speed gearbox-driven karts, DD2 and DD2 Masters. And there you have a 10-hour forecast updated as of local time. We are fast approaching 1 o'clock in the afternoon local, so that means we are just over half an hour behind schedule. We were due to have a scheduled break at around about 1:15 in 15 minutes, but obviously the DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers will be out shortly, 9 in total, and we'll have DD2, DD2 Masters, DD2 Club also battling there as well. And there they are, all ready to see. And we've got Majos Mazinas' father, Mikolas, who was the quickest in time qualifying. There's the 4:29 of Jolkasper Joipera as they go out onto the circuit. Right, let's take you through the starting grid for DD2, DD2 Masters and DD2 Club. Edgars Vilkans will start from pole position. Thomas Rudokas will be alongside on the front row. Row 2, Mikolas Mazinas starting from DD2 Masters pole position with Jolkasper Joipera alongside Noyos Geralaitis, and the fastest driver in DD2 Club, the 4:27 of Aras Jankovicius. Polius Latakas, Andre Kerg round out the penultimate row on the grid for Masters, and Kaios Butkevicius rounds out the starting order. 9 drivers. It is going to be 10 minutes plus an additional lap. And as always, Edgars Vilkans on the Sony kart. Also good to see quite recently Elisa Stolchamane The younger sister of Thomas Stolcherman is taking part in the second round of the BNL karting series a couple of, just the other week at Karting de Fang in Austria in the senior Rotax division as we go green flag for 10 minutes as it's 3 wide into turn 2. And this is where it's going to get tricky, folks. Rotax Nano up to P3. Gets a little bit of a lock tap on the left rear wheel as they head into turn 5. Someone going round to the outside and gets a lot of traction. I'm wondering if that might be Thomas Rotax. But Edgar's Vilkans has cantered away like a scalded cat on a hot tin roof and is away and clear. And that gap could probably be the best part, maybe even close to or just over a second. As Vilkans now making his way down into turn 13. There is Mikolas Mazinas on the Birolot in the 577. Just ahead of Kart Republic chassis, looks like Rotax Nano is up into P3 from 5th. Thomas Rotax, Noyus Janelaitis. So look at this, Mikolas Mazinas using all that skill. And look at the throttle manipulation. You can guide the kart round the corner if you do want to kick the tail end out on it, but you've got to be very, very careful on, it's minimal steering input, but the throttle doing more of the steering than the driver using their hands sometimes, as we're seeing, perfectly personified by Mikolas Mazinas, who is keeping Rotax Nano at bay for second position overall. But it won't be P2 in DD2 because of the fact that Nano is in that position. But has got Thomas Rotax right on his back bumper. This is not going to be an easy one for the drivers. But they've got to play the safe game. This is the first out of 5 rounds. And scores will count. But look at this. Edgar's Vilkans by lap 2 now has a 3.3 second advantage. And Mikolas Mazinas has become effectively the de facto cork in the wine bottle. So you lot tell me, how is this going to affect the running order of things? It could affect a lot. Let's be completely truthful about that. It's not going to be an easy one for these drivers here, but they are still going to relish the challenge and the opportunity to keep on pushing like crazy. And they do say that to be in motorsports, you have to be a little bit crazy in La Cabeza, up there in the grey matter, to be a part of this sport. Especially those that commentate on it. Why have I just thrown myself under the bus, I wonder? Never mind. Right. Gap between first and second was 3.3 seconds, now make it 3.8. As Rotax Nano still trying to put the frighteners on Mikolas Mazinas, who is soaking up the pressure like the proverbial sponge that he is right about now. So 6 minutes and 20 to go. Edgar's Vilkans, no surprise, he's bolted like a rat up a drain pipe and his fastest lap at the moment. On lap 3, 1 minute 4.550, half a second quicker than Mazinas, 0.6 quicker than Nano, 1.2 seconds quicker than Rotax in 4th, and about 0.8 quicker than Janelaitis in P5. However, all our drivers are still running. Budjevicius in the 466 still leads in the DD2 Club division, as Mazinas is still getting all that pressure. There's a little bit of a dry line starting to show now, as these Mojo W5s are scraping the water away, but there goes Rotax Nano through on Mikolas Mazinas. Mazinas is trying to fight back. Some people might think, well, why should Mikolas Mazinas try and stay ahead of Rotax Nano Bragging rights is one of the big terminologies that would come close to my mind in that respect, mainly because of the fact that he is the one that wants to show these youngsters that a DD2 Master driver, no matter their age, no matter their experience, can still put up a little bit of a fight. And this is going to be, as you can see, even the DD2s and the DD2 Masters, they are struggling. But the gap now is nearly 6 seconds between Edgars Vilkans and Joel Kaspar Joipura, because of the fact that Mikolas Mazinas was in front of Joel Kaspar Joipura for about 3.5–4 laps. It meant that Joipura was unable to try and close on it, and now he's got to try and find the best part of nearly 6 seconds in 4.5 minutes, let's say, give or take. But the sun is shining here on Sunday afternoon, and it's a wonderful sight to see. Snow has literally melted into obscurity. Plenty of standing water puddles that might catch out the drivers, even with the track now developing some slightly dry patches. There is a dry line in some respects starting to form, but that will take progressive racing and a lot of laps to be completed for the drivers to then feel 100% competent and confident that they can then go, well, it's that kind of piggy in the middle kind of situation when you've got to make that ultimate choice, because the driver is the one who, through the seat of their pants, is able to understand how the kart is reacting to the respective inputs that a driver provides. Braking, throttle, in this case for DD2 and DD2 Masters, it's gear change, and also the steering. But with Edgars Vilkans 7.2 seconds up the road, and that gap is set to increase over the next just under 2 minutes plus an additional lap. Joel Kaspar Joipura has now cleared off from Mikolas Mazinas in the 577. But as the race is progressing, the times are improving. Joipura, personal best. Rudokas now down to 5th behind Noyus Žerelaitis. Personal best. Andrei Kurgin, Masters, personal best. Paulius Latakas in Masters, personal best on their respective last laps. So again, it is just as the track evolves. Look at the line that's now showing heading towards turn 4. Turn 5, it looks to be more like the outside line. But this is a race that Edgars Vilkans, the minute we went green, he went, right, that's it, hi, bye, see you later, folks. That's exactly what he's done. He's roared away into the distance, and now Noyus Žerelaitis is closing in on Mikolas Mazinas, and then you've got Tomas Rudokas, just not that far behind. But Mikolas Mazinas still leads in the DD2 Masters class in the 577
And he's got Jadolaitis and Rotax between himself and Andrei Kirk, who is second in Masters. Latakas in 8th is third in Masters. But unfortunately for Butkovicius in the DD2 Club class, that kart actually retired on lap 4. But timer has expired. So next time around, Edgars Vilkans, who's about 3 courses of the way through lap number 10 of the race here at Aukštadvaris. And there he is, just in the front of shot, about to go through towards turns 11, well, going through turns 11 and 12. There's Jon Kasper Joipera on the Kart Republic chassis. The brand name famous courtesy of Dino Chiesa. And has had the likes of Kimi Antonelli, Taylor Barnard, now running in Formula 1 and Formula E respectively, amidst their ranks. Also Kenzo Craigie, well, you know, when you think about it, the associations there, Keen Nakamura Berta, now a Formula Regional European Championship race winner, as they just had they're currently underway at the Red Bull Ring for their first round, part of the support paddock of the opening round of the 2026 Deutsche Tourenwagen Masters season, the DTM. But it has been a dominant display by the number 469 Edgars Vilkans, who will now take the checkered flag and win by a country mile on the Sony kart. Vilkans wins in DD2 Masters and Club. Second will be Jon Kasper Joipera, who's about to come out of the final corner now as we speak, takes the checkered. Mikolas Mazinas takes P3 and wins in Masters overall. So there are your provisional results. Edgars Vilkans wins by 9.4 seconds at the end of 11 laps of racing. Jon Kasper Joipera and Mikolas Mazinas ran out your overall top 3. Mikolas Mazinas winning in Masters, ahead of Nojus Jadolaitis. Tomas Rudokas rounding out the overall top 5. Andrei Kirk in 6th, ahead of Adas Jankovicius. And Polius Latakas rounding out the finishing order, unfortunately for Gaius Butkovicius, retired on lap number 3. So that concludes the main brunt of the action for the first set of heats out of 2 that we have here at Aukštadvaris for the 2026 ROTAX Max Lithuania Challenge, powered by Kartapart.com season opener. So at the moment we do have a red flag stoppage for the semi-final for our Nano division. So I'm sure that we'll be given the... right, okay, so discussions between race director and pole sitter Tauras Ionovicius. Pole position is on the left hand side. So I think, yes, a general discussion between the front rows. So Mayas Norkus now have just been instructed on how the race director wants proceedings to take place, which is completely understandable. These drivers are younger than the micro and micro under 9s that we have on the grid here this weekend at Aukštadvaris. And obviously it's not always about, sometimes it's always about giving them the information that they need that is quite prevalent to getting themselves to go racing. So they will send them around for one more formation lap. Green flag waves. So this is where the drivers will build up towards going into the Micromax under 9 division before then heading into the main class of the division itself. So we are under a formation lap here for Nano for the semi-final. 6 minutes plus an additional lap. We have had a little spinner at the back. Now, obviously, this is, in some respects, not as competitive in the traditional sense, let's say. I'd more than say this kind of thing, that it is a case of learning. So, green flag waves, and here we go for the semi-final for Nano. 6 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap, and Mayas Norkus takes the lead as, oh, spinner in the back, gets back going again. So, as you can hear, the buffeting. Wind has picked up big time once again here at Aukštadvaris, and the drivers are going to be, they're going to have to be very, very careful at this point, because it is not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination as to how these drivers get on over the next few moments. So it will be easier said than done. However, the thing is that this is going to give them very, very good track time in terms of learning racecraft, learning how to overtake, as Tauras Ionovicius spins the kart. The Gillard chassis livery I spotted there. So Mayas Norkus leading the way ahead of Vicious Samulionis, and the lead at the moment is 2.1 seconds by the opening lap. It's like double what Sebastian Vettel was able to achieve in his dominant years in Red Bull as a 4-time Formula 1 world champion. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Denas Norkus, I think that was, that just went completely sideways out of turn 4, spun the kart around spun the kart around, just kept a hold of it, and just hit the standing water, spun it around, and then brought it round to a 360, got it going again. So well held by the 81. But it is Majus Norkus that leads the way. But we now got a recovery by Denis Norkus, who's just got through on Pius Samuelionis in the number 99. So after that spin a little bit earlier. Taras Ionovicius has got the fastest lap of the race now in a 1:15.422. We have got a yellow flag out, however. So someone has had a drama as Norkus has spun again. Norkus has spun again. And I think that's allowed Leonovicius to get through. Samuel Leonis is up to P2 now. So 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And the lead advantage at the moment for Majus Norkus ahead of Pijus Samuel Leonis is now 6 seconds. Probably going to be more like 7 by the end of the next lap. We're on lap 4 at the moment. Denis Norkus, after that drama, has managed to get through. Jonas Ramanauskas has dropped all the way to the bottom of the timesheets. And it's only just crossed the line. So there's Samuel Leonis and Norkus. There you see the outer extremities of the track is now showing to be bone dry. And there is a big racing line starting to show, which is good for the drivers. And more to the point, it means that it gives them that little bit more confidence to go out there and show what they're capable of. And here comes Denis Norkus on Samuelionis through at T1, and that is now up to second for the number 81 kart. So the timer is counting down. And Majus Norkus in the number 20 is leading the way. There's the 73 of Jonas Ramanauskas on the Beer lot. Great to see younger drivers take to the track and get their opportunity to have their spotlight in the sun, as we are on 0 on the timer. So Majus Norkus will now start the final lap of this Nano semi-final. And Ramanauskas, unfortunately, has just spun the kart, manages to get back going again. So yellow flags at the marshal post, but Ramanauskas on wet tyres thereof. But there is the number 20, Majus Norkus, who is leading by 5 seconds. Looks to be comfortably set to bring the kart home out of turn 6. A little bit of a lift. You can tell by the engine note how the pitch rises and falls. So Norcus trying to avoid using the brakes, which sometimes helps with regards to momentum carry. You can see the feet working on the respective pedals, but it is going to be the case that Marius Norcus will now come through towards turn 14, and the number 20 will start a good campaign in the Nano division, winning the semi-final, and wins it by nearly 3 seconds ahead of Denis Norcus. Well, ahead of Tauras Leonovicius, who takes the fastest lap of the race. A 1 minute 11.914. Denis Norcus in the 81 rounds out your top 3. Bijus Samuelionis, Patrick Slapins have now all taken the checkered flag. Ran out the top 5. Jonas Ramanauskas in the 73 has crossed the line. Ignas Piragis finishes P6, and Bernardas Iliaudas will round out our finishers, now crossing the line to take the checkered flag. And that concludes the Nano semi-final here for the opening round of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, powered by Cartapart.com here at the Aukštadvaris circuit. And there we see a little bit more of that blue sky up above as the cameraman from the team at No Limits providing our live stream coverage. Needing to make some adjusting, but I think with that point, we will give you all a little bit of ASMR, I think, for a few minutes, because it has been a very, very busy first couple of hours local time. Now hitting 1:30 as our baby drivers will be going out for 12 minutes. But then, of course, we are running. We might be negating the break in the meantime. But from my side up here on commentary, I will be back just before we get underway for our next set of heats, which will start with the micro and micro under 9s. And then that will then help us put into perspective who will be at the sharp end of the pecking order, ready for the finals a little bit later on. So for the moment, I will leave you in the capable hands of our baby competitors, of who we feel it's not. I feel from my perspective, it's nice to give them their window of opportunity in the sunshine here at Aukštadvaris, as they will be heading out onto the track shortly, and I will be back with you just before our next set of races, which will be the second set of heats, starting with Heat 2, micro and micro under 9s. Well, as the checkered flag has just fallen for the final time, that is it for the morning's action for the opening round of the 2026 ROTAX Max Challenge Lithuania, powered by cartapart.com here at the Aukštadvaris circuit, just in the outskirts of Vilnius, the capital city of Lithuania. There has been a change to the timetable, so the racing will get back underway at 2:30 p.m. local time. So we will be back with you just before 2:30 as we will continue the live streaming coverage here on both YouTube and on Facebook for the opening round out of 5 in 2026. We'll see you all after the lunch break. Labas Litas, good afternoon and welcome back to live continuing coverage of the opening round of the 2026 Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge powered by kartapart.com. And as you can hear, the wind is more significant than what we had earlier on today. As we were just getting on to getting things teed up for our micro and micro under 9 heat number 2. Here's the starting order. Timas Rimas and Gordy Dulev, who line up on the front row. Aras Pascalis Bagatrius rounds out third, ahead of Timas Transeca. Jonas Galzenis and Jonas Baltrusaitis round out row 3. Vilius Taras Bakutis leads the micro under 9s from 7th on the grid, ahead of Jokubas Juozaitis, Benediktas Grazis, Vladislav Velikiki, Noman Storkus, Rodrigo Lapins and Avusulas Kasparavicius round out your 13 strong. Noman Storkus unfortunately was disqualified post race 1 due to a technical non-conformity, but the dark clouds are coming back in again. The wind has picked up significantly here in Aukštadvaris. And at this moment in time, the wind is more than Baltic. It is more than bracing. It is significant at the moment. A northwesterly wind to the tune of 42 kilometres an hour. Wind gusts approaching 80 kilometres an hour. 7 degrees is the air temp. But still, the drivers are out there braving the conditions here at this 1,130 metre anti-clockwise 14-turn circuit. As Timas Rimas and Gordy Dulev will line up on the front row of the grid as they head through the final couple of corners and into turn number 14 we head as we get set and ready for racing action here for heat number 2. We have gone green and it's a flurry into turn 1. Forget the weather thereof, it's more the carts out onto the circuit as Timas Transeca hits the front end of the field. It's side by side through in towards turn 3 for second position. Now 2 wide, make that 3 wide for third. Oh, and a bit of a hip and shoulder check between a couple of carts. Gordy Dulev, Timas Rimas possibly involved. There's now 2 off at turn 5. And 1 spinning around. Make that another 1 spinning around. The conditions are so significant. This is even more abrasive than what we saw. And that is going to be Rodrigo Lapins and Vladislav Velkiki that have gone off the circuit. And there's another one off. Exit stage left. Transeca has lost the lead. I'm wondering who's up front, but look at this. This is so significant that a minute into the race, and sideways was, I think, possibly it was either Gordy Dulev or Timas Rimas that was sideways coming through out of turn number 11. But the opening lap is completed, and it's Gordy Dulev that leads ahead of Jonas Galzenis. So the 2 carts on the Formula K chassis are leading the way, and it's a big gap back to Jonas Baltrusaitis in third position. Jokubas Juozaitis up to P4 now. Timas Rimas and Timas Transeca now round out the top 6 with Vilius Taras Bakutis leading the way in the micro under 9 division. Now P7 overall. Dulev and Galzenis battling for the race lead. Looks like there has been a change, so Galzenis I think might have just got through on Dulev, but it is nigh on impossible to, well, I mean, the visibility is so heavily compromised just by the pictures on your screens. It's difficult for me to pick out who is where. As Galzenis I think just dropped it. Yes, it is off the circuit. Oh, this is... I cannot believe my eyes what I'm seeing here. We're seeing yellow flags being waved in towards turn number 11. And you can see by our camera lens off of turns 11 and 12 how significant the visibility is, which at the moment for the drivers is going to be nigh on impossible to really try and keep an eye on what's going on. But Gordedulev now has a lead of over 5.5 seconds ahead of Jonas Baltrusaitis. And, oh, there's a spin. I'm wondering who that was. Was that possibly Baltrusaitis? And then Timas Limas has gotten through, or was that Gordedulev? No, Gordedulev is still running and is heading up towards turn 6. And as you can see now, look at, oh, words escape me right about now on how this looks. I mean, even from the camera shot with, oh no, this is significantly difficult. The visibility is next to nothing. You know, big dark clouds, significant snowfall, and it's excessively huge wind gusts. They must be going over 80 kilometers an hour now on the wind gusts alone. But Gordedulev still leading the way at the moment. And the lap times are reflecting the significance in terms of the conditions. Dulev did a 1 minute 30.70. Baltrusaitis 1 minute 33.96. 134.62 for Timas Transeca in third. Vilkiki in the number 90, now up to fourth position. But as you can see, it is significantly worse than this morning. And this morning was something to speak about. Now, I don't know how these drivers and everybody else that's there at the circuit is, I think there are times of when people might say, oh yeah, just go out, get out on the track, the black stuff is your friend. But the timer is counting down. Dulev has now crossed the line. But you can just see that they are still willing to brave it. Straight on goes Jonas Galzenis in the number 71. And Vilkigi has gone down to 6th as Eurasitis and Galzenis now up into 4th and 5th. The timer has expired, and once again, the micros are one of the first drivers to get an understanding of these conditions. This is far from easy, but they will be all breathing a collective sigh of relief as we've had another spinner. Domus Norkus out, Benedictas Grazis out. They've both retired. Rodrigo Lapins has also retired in the number 6. And you can see by just by the images on your screens at home, folks, like the camera crew are having to wipe the lenses. But now we are on the last lap of the race. And this is the battle for second. Eurasitis to the inside at turn 2 as all. Eurasitis has just spun the number 25 out of turn 3. but still has managed to gather himself back up again. But this will be a big sigh of relief again. Low, heavy snow in terms of the rate of which the snowflakes were falling down. They have settled once again. Whether we're going to have that pendulum swing more times over the course of the race day, but Gordy Dulev is going to come out of turn number 14, and the number 42 is going to win on the road. How big is the winning margin? That is the key point that needs to be answered, because it is going to be Jokubas Juozaitis that will cross the line. And effectively, the winning margin, 16.82 seconds, with Jokubas Juozaitis in P2. Timas Stranseka crosses the line P3, a further 2.7 seconds adrift. More drivers coming across the line as we speak, so the provisional results will be updated as it happens. Timas Stranseka takes P3, a further 2.7 seconds off Juozaitis in P2. Vladislav Vilkiki rounds out the top four ahead of Vilius Tauros Barkoutis, the winner of the Micro Under 9 category. Jonas Baltusaitis takes 6 ahead of Timas Limas, as well as Kasparavicius. I think we just got one more driver still to possibly come across the line. That'll be Jonas Galazenis in the number 71 entry. So unfortunately we've lost Jonas Galazenis, Rodrigo Lapins, Domas Norkus and Benedictas Grasis, and that ends the heat stages for Micro. So now it's time to get underway with our second heat for the Junior Rotax and Junior Club division. So it's going to be Patrikas Jokius and Emilis Juozaitis that will lead from the front row of the grid. You can see that, look at what is being pushed across the circuit surface. It's all the very, very finite snowflakes that are making their way onto the track here. Marius Mazinas and Marcus Jauk round out the second row. Ahead of Oskaras Pikovas, Joris Zigimantis Stankiewicz, Gator Spike, Vanius Zalaravicius round out the top four rows, with Gustav Narves, Sebastian Niemay and Oscar Novumchik rounding out the grid here. Zigimantis Stankiewicz not able to complete the race, and bumper penalties for Navumchik and also the 2:48 of Marcus Jauk. We have got a straggler at the back of the field who are now making their way through the final corner. The revs do rise. We go green flag racing as straight away Marius Mazinas to the offensive. As no, turn two. We've already got someone going 180 degrees wrong way, and there's further drama through into turn three. So that was another interesting start that we've seen here. Oskaras Pitkovas has dropped down to 7th. Emilis Juozaitis now behind Marius Mazinas, as there's going to be a battle here for what looks to be a little bit further up the field, as we have just over 7 minutes plus change remaining on the timer. And again, the snow is coming down heavily. It might not be enough to settle, but it's enough to make this track so unpredictable to read. You know, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, whether you put slick tyres on, whether you go for wets. It's always about looking what the weather's doing, because Marius Mazinas is leading and is comfortably ahead. Mazinas now 2.7 seconds up the road from Patrikas Jokius. He's got Emilis Juozaitis and the 2:88 of Marcus Jauk right on his case. They now will head through out of turn 5 on the power quickly, then turn it round the corner. Mazinas just going through shot into turn 7. There's Jokius, there's Marcus Jauk to the inside of Emilis Juozaitis. Juozaitis to the outside line. It's a left-hander coming up, but Marcus Jauk able to keep ahead for the minute, but there has been a reply. Looks like Oskaras Pitkovas has possibly more than likely got through on the 2:88. But the lap times for the juniors have completely fallen off the cliff at the moment. Fastest lap of the race is by the race leader, Marius Mazinas. 1 minute 6.577 for the youngster from Lithuania. And again, some drivers looking for that tight inside line in towards turn number 4, then to 5, trying to get the over-under again. And that's easier said than done in these weather conditions, because everyone at Aukštadvaris, they're cheering their favourites on, but they're not necessarily going to be quite happy with the fact that the race is still going on. Oh dear, dear, dear. That was, I think, Pitkovas that just rotated too much. But again, just keeping it on the black stuff is going to be quite crucial. And the more that you try and fight the elements, the worse off you are in the longer run. And what I mean by that is you're going to find yourself between a rock and a hard place, and when you need to make the move or you don't. Whether you decide decide to defend or think, well, for the moment, it's not really that worth it. But like I say, this is how you learn your tricks of the trade. As Marcus Jauk now closed in to, I think that is going to be, I wonder if that is a mark, if that's a back marker. That's possibly not. That might be Patrikas Jokius in the 251 being followed closely by Marcus Jauk, as they will now head into turn number 13. And oh no, Marcus Jauk has just spun it. Coming out of 13, had to hold the brakes, wait for everyone to get by, then light up the rear tyres. But still, we're not out of the woods yet. It's Aukštadvaris Kart. And still, Majas Mazinas lighting up the timesheets well and truly in that particular shade of purple. And that being the purple designating the fastest lap of the race. But still, for them to try the old Jensen button trick, when Jensen did that trick, I think if I remember correctly, when he got his first podium. But still, the drivers have to keep a cool head. So, again, Marcus Jauk now coming back. Okay, just to let you know, folks, we are having some technical difficulties. We're going to go to a brief commercial break. We'll be right back as soon as we can. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for bearing with us. We are back live for Heat 2 for Junior and Junior Club. There have been some electricity issues, obviously because of the inclement weather, so that is causing some problems. But there is Majas Mazinas, who is pretty much on the last lap of the race. The weather has been so variable, it swings like a pendulum. And more to the point, it is going to be the fact that even though Patrikas Jokius is going to finish P2 in this second junior heat, Majas Mazinas, the son of Mikolas Mazinas, is now going to make his way through out of turn number 14 and will very shortly see what will be the last lap board. So final lap underway for Majas Mazinas, who has a very comfortable lead over Patrikas Jokius, and that is now 10.2 seconds. Aukštadvaris Kart, Marcus Jauk round out your top four. Marcus Jauk just a couple of laps ago set the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 5.050 in the 288, and has got through on Vainius Zandaravicius in the 212 for fourth place. Joris Zigimantas Stankiewicz, Oscar Navumchuk now up from last to seventh, ahead of Emilis Juozaitis, Gustav Snarveis, Sebastian Inimai and Keita Spike, who rounds out the runners. Mikolas Dermentas unfortunately did not start the race itself, but More to the point, Mazinas has broken the deadlock between himself, as all dramas there for the 2727 of Sebastian Ninimai, but Myers Mazinas wins Junior Rotax Heat number 2, and it is going to be by more than a commanding margin. So Patrikos Jokis 11.1 seconds behind P2. Oskaras Pitkovas, Markus Jauk, Aeneas Zandaravicius, Joris Sigimenti Stankovičius, Oskar Nalvunchuk, Emilis Juazaitis, Gustav Snarves, Sebastian Ninimai, and Kate to Spike will cross the line. Mikolas Dermentas unfortunately did not take the start, and the fastest lap goes the way of the race winner, Myers Mazinas. So a good job by everybody to so that concludes the junior side of things. And then next up, very shortly, we will head into our mini division. Apologies, folks, we are still having electrical problems at the circuit for the live stream coverage, so please bear with us. We understand, we appreciate your patience and your understanding in this matter. This is due to the weather conditions at Aukštadvaris, so we will be back as soon as we can.
Labas Rytas. Good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, we'd like to say a big thank you for everyone being very, very patient. Obviously, due to the very wintry and very Baltic cold conditions with the snowfall, the high winds, it did cause a bit of problems behind the scenes from an electrical perspective. But now we are getting ready for the finals of the opening round of the 2026 ROTAX Max Challenge Lithuania, powered by cartapart.com. There you see via our 10-hour forecast of current air temperature around about 6 degrees Celsius, 95% cloud cover. We have had some spells of sunshine, brilliant blue skies up above, but after the respective heats, we've already had our competitors for Baby and Nano take to the track. So it is now our full focus from this point forward on all respective finals. And with obviously a change in the timetable due to the earlier delays that we had, it's as follows. Micro and Micro Under 9s will go first. 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Then Junior and Junior Club, 12 minutes plus an additional lap. Mini will be up next. After that, 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Senior and Senior Club, 12 minutes plus an additional lap. And the final race will be DD2, DD2 Masters, DD2 Club, 14 minutes plus an additional lap. And as I say that, well, the weather has changed once again. And, well, need I say more about how the day has gone so far? This might as well be called the RMC Lithuania Winter Trophy, to be honest with you. I don't need to put it into words, do I? I don't. I seriously don't. And Ciao, Yanis Karajux. Yes, the weather is just crazy. Mind blown on many levels, my friend. So yeah. Chapeau, however, to everybody that has been here. And you can just the wind is just crazy. I mean, the thing is that I was over in Voyens for the RMC Viking Trophy just a few weeks ago, and okay, we didn't have the significantly freezing conditions that are happening currently in Aukštadvaris, but in Voyens we had wind gusts, I think, of around about 80 to 90 kilometers an hour. I just hope that you can see it's like it's hail. It's actual hailstones hitting the circuit, and that's what's being blown across. I'm not sitting on a warm sofa, I'm actually sitting in a partially cold office, even though the temperatures are not as Baltic as they are over in Aukštadvaris, to be honest with you. Yanis. Besides, the drivers are ready. They want to go out there, they want to race. So, looks like you're going to get the 30-second board and being informed to start their engines. So the whistle blows, engines fire up. They've got to wait
until that green flag is waved. Right then, amidst the Baltic conditions, here it is, your grid for the final for Micro and Micro Under 9. Gordidulev starts on pole position ahead of Timas Rimas, and the hailstones are intensifying. Oh my goodness me. So, Gordidulev on the front row starts from pole position ahead of Timas Rimas, and Dulev is off the circuit coming out of turn 2, having just exited the dummy grid. Jokubas Juozaitis and Timas Transeca round out row number 2. Aras Pascales Bagatrios rounds out the inside of row 3, with Jonas Baltrosaitis completing the third row. Vladislav Vilgiki rounds out 7th head of Vilias Taros Bakutis, who starts on Micro Under 9 pole position. Azuolas Kasparovicius starts 9th head of Jonas Galzenes, with Rodrigo Lapins, Benedictas Grazis and Domas Norkus rounding out your grid of 13 drivers. So it will be 9 minutes plus an additional lap. So this 1,130 metre 14 turn counterclockwise circuit. And the drivers like saying, "Yeah, we're here. We're ready." Red flag has just been shown. Red flag. Safety grounds would be, from my perspective, the main reason why. Because if they've all gone out on slick tyres, there is no way anyone is going to make the end of the race. So from a safety perspective, that is the right decision from our race director. And my ears are burning right now because I can sense that there are going to be plenty of wheel guns and wheels and tyres being taken off, being put back on the trolley. Someone's had a spin at the mid-pack of the field, and they are sending them into the pit lane. Well. And yes, the marshals, we have to say a big thank you to the marshalling team. And look, they've gotten straight back onto the dummy grid, and they're going to be changing the tyres. And look, there's even one that stayed in the cart, and the cart has been lifted onto the trolley, and they are changing the tyres whilst the driver is in situ. That's what you call efficiency. There's the number 6 cart of Rodrigo Lapins. That now being worked on at the moment. So right front tyre is being changed. Yep, there we go. Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall. Says the driver. Thumbs up. That's the 67 Domas Norkus. Well, boy. So the dummy grid, there's one of our camera crew from the No Limits live streaming team, and is getting the full force of the brunt of the snowfall here in Aukštadvaris. That just shows the extent of how crazy today's weather here in Lithuania has been. Now, I am wondering which kart has the driver still sitting in the seat. Because that was actually quite an inspired move. Just tell the driver, right, you stay there. Trying to make out the number. Looks like that is Timas Dranseka in the number 12. Unless Timas has actually gotten out of the kart. Well, now that things have changed a bit, we've got things back underway. So we've got the formation laps starting for the resumption of the Micro and Micro Under 9 final here at Aukštadvaris for this season opener of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, powered by cartapart.com. Here's your starting grid once again for the Micro and Micro Under 9s final. Duration set for 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Gordidulev starts from pole position ahead of Timas Rimas in the number 55. Jokubas Juozaitis in the number 16 and Timas Transeca in the number 12 starts on row number 2. Aras Paskalis Bagatirios starts on the inside of row 3 in the number 7 with Jonas Baltrusaitis in the number 25 rounding out the top 3 rows. Vladislav Veliki starts in 7th alongside Vilias Taras Bakutis, who will lead from pole position in Micro Under 9s. Azuolas Kasparovicius and Jonas Galzenis round out row 5, completing the top 10. Rodrigo Lapins in the number 6, Benedictas Grazis in the number 66, and Domas Norkus in the 67 brings up the rear of the field. We are set and ready for the first of our respective finals here for round 1 out of 5, as the path to Portimao really kick-starts from this point onwards. And the season will conclude around about 6 weeks before the grand finals itself on the 7th to the 14th of November. Dulev on pole position, which will be on the left-hand side of the circuit. Rimas alongside in the number 55 on the front row. Into the tram lines we go. Revs up. We are green here in the final. 9 minutes. Start ticking away now as we head into turns 1 and 2. Dulev leads the way. Juozaitis up to P2, making an early charge for the race lead. Bagatrius up to P3. Rimas and Transeca round out the top 5, with the latter 2 having dropped to their respective positions. So now in towards turn 6 here on the opening lap. And it will be the case of who can keep it on the black stuff. Dulev leads. Juozaitis right on the rear wheels of the number 42. As we head into the final few corners. And Gordidulev holding on to that race lead, running in the Formula K kart. Juozaitis putting some pressure on the shoulders of the driver in front from behind. But Bagatrius also coming into play. Opening lap is done and dusted. Top 3 covered by just under 0.7 of a second. Transeca in the meantime has dropped to 7th. Bakutis down to 9th. Kasparovicius down to 12th. And Domas Norkus, I'm not sure if the 67 has been able to get things going. But the number 55 definitely showing that there is going to be a possibility of an assault on those in front. However, Dulev pulling away. Gap last time around after the opening tour was just over 0.4 of a second. Juozaitis there in P2. Rimas, Bagatrius, Baltrusaitis round out your top 5 at the moment. Well, no, that is the case until Jonas Galzenis, who's up 5 places, now hits the top 5. Wheel to wheel for the briefest of moments, as that is Bagatrius and Rimas going into battle. The number 55 versus the number 7. But here comes Galzenis. Jonas Galzenis in the number 71 tries the crisscross here through at turn number 6. And does Galzenis make it 6 places gained? Not quite. Because Bagatilius managed to keep it pinned round the outside of turn number 7. So the drivers really have to be on their best behaviour. But still, Gordidulev is starting to expand that gap. It was 1.15 seconds after 2 laps of the race. But now, Jokubas Juozaitis will lead the charge as Rimas is trying to do what he can. Bagatilius is right with Juozaitis. Now they come through in towards the left-hand hairpin here at turn 4. The complex at this part of Aukštadvaris kind of reminds me of Drift and Go at Šiauliai, where we will be heading to round number 3 and the midway point of the season. So, yellow flags on the post before turn number 6. But still, it is that opportunity. If you can get points on the board early in the season, you're doing yourself every single favour in the world right about now. But in the meantime, well, Juozaitis is trying to close that gap to Dulev. And the gap was 1.1 seconds. And now we go across the line. The gap has been more than halved. Juozaitis on a charge, trying to close in on Dulev with Bagatilius right behind. The top 3 covered after 4 laps by just over 0.8 of a second. And this is going to be very, very crucial in the latter stages of the race. It's about who can soak up the pressure like the proverbial sponge. Dulev thought he'd gotten away. Juozaitis thought otherwise and said, right, time to chase time to become the hunter, if you will. And that's in no deference to Kai and Rhys Hunter, the 2 lads from the Republic of Tyne and Weir in Sunderland. But this is shaping up to be an epic battle at the front end of the field. And this could also bring in the likes of the battling duo of Timas Rimas and Jonas Galzenis, who are occupying 4th and 5th positions. And can Galzenis get through on Rimas? They're going to go nearly wheel to wheel through into turn number 1. Rimas holds his line. Galzenis on the march in the number 71 kart. Through into the left-hander at turn 4. Bagatilius trying to get through on Juozaitis for P2. If they start battling away, Dulev will see it and start to pull back a bit of an advantage his way. So just under 2.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And Jokubas Juozaitis is saying to Aras Bagatilius, saying, stop fighting me. Let's just go and chase down the race leader. But more to the point, Bagatilius nearly loses the back end coming through turn number 13. Out of the final corner we go. Gap was 3.5 tenths. Now that is nigh on doubled, I think. Yes, more than doubled. It's nearly trebled. It's a second between Dulev and Juozaitis, with just over 1.5 minutes on the timer remaining. And still, the battle for P2 is raging on. Bagatilius looks to the inside at turn 5. And Juozaitis right round the outside. Oh, that is beautifully done by Jokubas Juozaitis. Holds his nerve and holds his station ahead of Aras Pascalis Magdarius in the number 7 car. Great racing, but with a minute to go, the more that the number 7 pressurises the number 16 for second position, the number 42 of Gordedulev is going to get away into the distance. After this, we'll have 2 more laps remaining, so just over 2.25 kilometres here in the micro and the micro under 9 final. So lap 7 completed. Lap 8 out of 9 is what we're currently on now as the leaders make their way through. And again, Uazaitis just trying to defend and covering off the racing lines to the number 7. Bagatrius does not have an opportunity and through into turn 4. This time, Uazaitis, wise to what the kart behind had done on the previous couple of tours. Tried the crisscross, tried the over-under. As that is Timas Rinas versus Jonas Zinis in the number 71. That's for 4th on the road, but we are down to 0 on the timer. Dolev is away and clear, but Uazaitis will have to wonder if something magical, some kind of miracle is going to come the way of the number 16. Out of the final corner. Last lap of the meeting for micro and micro under 9s. You can see there's a little bit of frustration from Uazaitis. Gap is now 1.4 seconds as we head on to the 9th and final lap. And Bagatrius again through at turn 3. Tries to stick the nose up the inside of Jokubas Uazaitis, but the number 16 says, "Thou shalt not pass." But Gordedulev has just half a lap to go and can sense one hand on that victory trophy. Oh, round the outside at 7. Uazaitis defends sternly once again with millimetre perfection, keeping Bagatrius at bay. But look at Timas Rimas and Jonas Galzinis trying to close on in. We are coming towards the checkered flag, and your winner for the opening round of the season in micro and micro under 9 from pole position. It's lights to flag. It's Gordedulev that wins here in Aukštadvaris. The winning margin just 1.5 seconds after 9 laps of racing. And there is your race winner after 10 minutes and 50.4 seconds. Gordedulev, pole sitter, race winner, fastest lap. And I love the fact he's got an Ayrton Senna style liveried race helmet. The man who we lost back, and it will be another anniversary come next week on May the 1st. And what a run by Gordedulev, channeling his inner Ayrton Senna to win round 1 in the final. Jokubas Uazaitis having a great battle with Aras Pascalis Bagatrius, with the top 3 covered by 1.8 seconds. Timas Rimas having a great battle with Jonas Galzinis, Jonas Bagatrius and Benediktas Grasis made up a few positions. Timas Transeca lost the most positions, 4 places lost, with Jonas Galzinis gaining 5 places starting from the outside of row number 5. Timas Transeca, Rodrigo Lapins, Auzulas Kasparovicius, and there you see the last of our drivers, Vladislav Vilkiki, then we've got Vilias Bakutis, but great run by the number 42. Gordedulev is your provisional winner of the opening round of the season for RMC Lithuania, powered by kartapart.com in micro and micro under 9. Great job by him and the team, but as the drivers now can rest easy. They can go, finally, the bedlam, the madness of the Baltic States weather in this time of the year. We finally got through it. But next up, we will turn our attention to our next final, which will be the Junior and Junior Club race. Of course, all results called by myself here on commentary are provisional, pending any matters that need to be attended to, such as technical scrutineering issues or on-racetrack conduct issues thereby. However, let's take you through the starting grid of the junior final. Patrikas Jokius and Marius Mazinas line up on the front row of the grid, with Markus Jauk and Oskaras Pitkovas on row number 2. Oskar Navumchik and Vainius Zanravicius round out the top 3 rows. Keita Spike and Gustavs Narves round out row number 4. Emilis Juozaitis has got a lot of work to do from the inside of row number 5 and will be joined by Joris Sigimantas Stankiewicz on the 5th row of the grid. 12 drivers will start this race, and Sebastian Niname and Miklos Dermantas, the 277 and the 207, line up on the 6th and final row of the starting grid. So Patrikas Jokius and Marius Mazinas between them had a win apiece, but Patrikas Jokius getting the benefit of the doubt, having put it on pole position, will start on the left-hand side of the circuit. That is pole position on the run down to turn number 1 at this 1,130 metre 14-turn counterclockwise circuit here at Aukštadvaris, just outside of Vilnius in Lithuania. So, it's time to get yourselves ready for the roller coaster ride that is Junior Rotax. The drivers head into the tram lines. Do we go lights out? Yes, we're underway here in the final, and a lightning start from Patrikas Jokius into turn number 1. Takes the initial lead as there's someone going round the outside through at turn number 2. Nearly 3 wide coming out of 3. But Patrikas Jokius holding station as the race leader so far, as it's a short run to turn 5, the very tight right-hand 180-degree hairpin. And then it's through out of turn 6. Jokius just concentrating on staying on the racing line, the traditional route around the circuit, despite the fact that some drivers will find purchase where others will not. So it's going to be a case of the run through into turns 13 and 14. Patrikas Jokius. Oh, no. Marius Mazinas has just spun it. Took the lead, hit the brakes, and the back end rotated. The brakes locked up and spun him around very, very quickly. So Marius Mazinas is now in the clutches of, I think that's Keita Spike in 5th position in the 217. Meantime, Markus Jauk now going after Patrikas Jokius. So, well, it's actually Gustavs Narves in the 213, as Markus Jauk now trying to put the frighteners on Patrikas Jokius in the number 251. Down to turn 5 once again they go. 10.5 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. As looks like Zanravicius and Dermantas are not taking any part in this race, it seems. Oskaras Pitkovas has dropped all the way down into 10th position. That's a drop of 6 places. Meantime, Joris Sigimantas Stankiewicz has moved all the way up from 10th on the grid and currently runs P3, about a second and a bit behind this battle here at the front end of the field. But maybe if Markus Jauk keeps on putting the pressure on Patrikas Jokius at the front end of the field, maybe Stankiewicz might be able to close. Out through out of turn number 14 go the 2 leaders. The 251 leads at the moment, and it was 0.23 across the line after the opening lap. It's 0.107, and a new fastest lap by Majus Mazinas is on the comeback trail and puts in a 1 minute 5.525. Jokius is making the back end of that Tony cut as wide as humanly possible. And Markus Jauk has no potential answer in the meantime in the 288 to try and slingshot past. Now the short run up to turn 6. Jokius again, just using a little bit of know-how, a little bit of savoir-faire in the grey matter up in that skull. And just to read how the track is going to work towards his driving style and how the kart is thereby going to respond to him accordingly. But Majus Mazinas is closing in on Stankiewicz and has actually gotten past. So Majus Mazinas, keep your eyes on the youngster in the 296, closing in on Markus Jauk and Patrikas Jokius, who continue to lead the way. The gap between them is now up to 0.3 of a second. Mazinas is about 1.9 behind them at the moment. So from this perspective, you would say that Jokius might have the advantage, but they've got some back marker traffic just up ahead, I believe. So now it is a case of, as there goes Markus Jauk through at turn 6. What's Jokius going to do? He can't get through, and through into turn 7. Jauk shuts the door in Jokius's face. As not too sure who that was. That might be Mikolas Damantas that they've just gotten through on, but as Markus Jauk has gotten through for the race lead, but Majus Mazinas is going to close that gap so quickly. The gap was 2.2 seconds between the top 3 after 3 laps. I don't think it's even a second. Out of the final corner, new lap, new race leader. Markus Jauk now leads, and a new fastest lap by the man in 3rd position, Majus Mazinas, 1 minute 5.116, and is gunning for Jokius at the moment as they come through out of turn 4. And there goes Mazinas through at 5, overshoots it ever so slightly, opens the door for Jokius, who gets through into turn 5 now. It's previously turn 4, but look at Jokius, gets an absolute slingshot of traction. And can he do what he can to try and get the crisscross here out of turn number 6? No, same kind of situation that we saw just 1.1 kilometres ago when Markus Jauk tried to make the move through, got the job done. Jokius went for the outside haymaker style, and unfortunately 251 was thereby unable to facilitate the plan of action that he had. But here goes Mazinas through, and that is at turn number 12, turn 13 now, turn 14, and this is where Majus Mazinas, now that he's got a bit of clear air, and that clear air is to the tune of just over 2.1 seconds and is looking set to climb, but that depends on the man in P2, because Majus Mazinas is going to have to try and use a little bit of a push, so to speak. Majus Mazinas now through on Patrikas Jokius. Markus Jauk now has the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 5.050. We are more than halfway through this second of 5 finals. But Markus Jauk now starting to really build an advantage. Last time 2.1 seconds. Now after 6 laps, 2.4. And a great bit of work by Joris Sigimantas Stankiewicz, who hasn't really had the best starts in the qualifying and the heats earlier on today, but has managed to make up for it here in the final. And Markus Jauk, just no secondary hesitation from the 288 at all as he fires it through into turn number 7. But still, nevertheless, a great performance by Markus Jauk in the 288. And the gap is starting to expand ever so slightly between Markus Jauk and Marius Mazinas. Mazinas is on the warpath now. Oh, it has just put in a 1 minute 4.6. And he was over 2.5 tenths quicker than the driver in front. We could have a race on our hands as there are 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. So can Marius Mazinas close the gap, challenge and pass Markus Jauk? As the late great Murray Walker used to say, it's one thing catching somebody, it's something completely different trying to pass them. It's not gone to plan for the number 202, however. Oscar Navumchik, who started in 5th position, and there is the 212. Zalnarovicius, helmet off, sitting by the sidelines off the circuit. And still, what's the gap between the two leaders? It was nearly 2 seconds. And Marius Mazinas has gone and put in another new fastest lap. A 1 minute 4.618, so another nearly 3 tenths taken out of the race leader. It needs to be significantly more than that in the next 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Plus an additional lap, so Markus Jauk needs to just get his racehorse blinkers on, look at the racing line, see what's going on in front of him, rather than the one that is trying to chase him down from behind. As there has been some changes afoot, especially with the fact that these drivers are really pushing like crazy. Another lap has been completed, and Markus Jauk now finds himself just 1.9 seconds in front. But we have got 1 minute and 50 to go on the timing that I do see. A battle a little bit further back. That is I think that's the 248 of Oskaras Pikovas with Sebastian Ninimai in the 277. Not that far adrift. We are going to be a little bit on the bubble. What I mean by that, for those folks that don't really know, that they're just skating on the realms of thin ice before you put your foot in and find that it goes up to your knee. Cater Spike with Emilis Juozaitis battling away over 6th position. So last lap around. Another new fastest lap by Markus Jauk. A 1 minute 4.369, 2.5 tenths quicker than Mazinas in P2. So this is Markus Jauk's opportunity of a win here at the Aukštadvaris circuit. So yellow flags are being waved. Markus Jauk has been the tour de force in this race. We are going to be tight on time. 3, 2, 1. So we have hit 0 on the timer. And Marius Mazinas has done everything in his power. If he hadn't had that spin a little bit earlier on, it could have been a very, very different story. We could have seen 2 drivers go in head-on into battle. But Markus Jauk now makes his way down the back stretch. from turn 6 through into the sweeping left at 7 before the right-hander here at 8. Just see how calm and precise the 288 is proving his worth here in the opening round of the championship season. So just a handful of corners to go, and it is going to be Markus Jauk that will make his way down into turn 12, now into 13, turn 14 beckons, and in juniors this weekend at Aukštadvaris, it's Markus Jauk that is going to more than likely take the victory because he's got one more lap to go. And the lead is now nearly 2.6 seconds. Look how calm, look how composed he is behind that wheel of that 288 kart. And he has a back marker to get through, which I think might have been Pitkovas. So through they go. Some of the drivers starting their last lap, including Zigimanta Stankovičius, Narvaez, Keita Spike, Žurzaitis, who has only managed to get up as high as 7th position. But I would imagine that now the checkered flag this time will wave. Markus Jauk takes the first final of the season in the 288 and wins in junior Rotax. Majas Mazinas closes the gap to just under 2.5 seconds after 13 laps of racing. Pole sitter Patrikas Jokius rounds out your overall top 3 with Joris Zigimanta Stankovičius in P4. Sebastian Inimai rounds out the top 8, having crossed the line 1 lap down off of the leader. Keita Spike, can Keita in the number 217 beat Emilis Žurzaitis to the checkered flag? The answer is going to be a resounding yes, it is. As Navumchuk in the number 202, it's not been an easy one for Oscar, but he is going to make his way to the start-finish line, take the checkered flag, and finish 2 laps down with Oskaras Pitkovas and Mikolas Dermantas being the last 2 classified runners. Unfortunately for Vainius Zalnaravicius, the 212 retiring very, very early into the race. But Markus Jauk takes the win in the junior Rotax final here at round 1 of the season in Aukštadvaris. Up next, Minimax will be out on track, as we'll have a minimal delay as the recovery vehicle is picking up Vainius Zalnaravicius in the 212, who unfortunately retired on the very opening lap of the race. We now go to the halfway stage of the finals here for round 1 of the season, and it is the mini final. Let's take you through the starting grid. Remigius Kriausiunas will start from pole position ahead of Martins Lapins. Michelis Schuber and Carlis Benensons round out the second row of the grid. Emilis Kapkauskas and Ivo Os round out row 3. Oskaras Bakutis and Timur Babenko round out your top 4 rows, with Oskaras Prelaidas and Taras Simnikas rounding out your top 10. Kasparas Adamonis and Viljamas Jozelin Leonas round out the starting order on the grid. So let's see on how things go in our first start of the mini final. The green flag waves, and here we go into turn 1. Suba trying to go up the inside of Lapins into turn 2. It was wheel to wheel for the briefest of moments for second position. They're at it again and through into turn number 4. It's 3 wide for second position, but Kriausiunas looks to have gotten the initial hole shot. Nearly 4 wide again out of turn number 5. Heavens to Betsy, the minis are fired up like nobody's business. But Kriausiunas leads the way into turn 7. And for those that were a bit more eagle-eyed of you, there was a lot of rubber around the outskirts of one of the corners, but it is the 199 of Remigius Kriausiunas that leads the way. Martins Lapins P2, and it's going to be a case of how this race will proceed. So they're in the middle. Oh, well, it's sometimes it can be a little bit quick to see what the drivers are doing, but sometimes it doesn't always work in their way. There's the 136 Carlos Bounsons, and also there with them looks to be Timur Babenko, but well, it's Oskaras Bakutis, who I think might have just got through. That is Carlos Bensons on the Energy Corsa chassis. But still, this battle is not quite over yet. Emilis Kapkauskas has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 1.574, and is now up to P3. Martins Lapins has dropped down to P6 in the moment. Timur Babenko now down in 9th. So there is still 6.5 minutes plus an additional lap remaining in this third out of 5 finals. We'll have Senior Rotax and then DD2 Masters and Club to round off this weekend's action, and then round 2 will still be in Lithuania, and that will be on the 14th of June. Live coverage will be provided as well via live streaming. Big thank you to the team at No Limits, with the team of Edgar's, Chris's and everybody else that have made this work. And Emilis Kapkauskas goes quickest. No, Carlos Bensons goes quickest. And there has been a change, because it looks like, well, there's going to be a change for second. Oh, no, no, no. That was Emilis Kapkauskas. Michael Schumer was on one side, Carlos Bensons was on the other, and unfortunately for the 141, spinning around at the most inopportune time for that to happen, when gaps were being whittled down. So a real shame there for Emilis Kapkauskas. But there is still time to go in this race. It's a 9-minute plus an additional lap final for the minis. Then we go 12 minutes for seniors, 14 minutes for DD2 and DD2 Masters. And they will close off the show here today at Aukštadvaris. Meantime, Carlis Bernssons has got a rocket ship of a kart right now. New fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 1.053, and was 3/4 of a second quicker than Remigius Kriausiunas in the race lead. Gap now down to 2/10. There they are, just going through the shot. Bernssons on the Energy Corsa chassis, the number 136. And is looking for a place to see where he can get past on Kriausiunas. That's not going to be an easy one with the 199 in front of you. Over the sausage curving. Once again, down in towards turn 12. Now into turn number 13. And can Carlis Bernssons go for the undercut? He can! Great move by the 136 as we start lap 5. New race leader, Carlis Bernssons. Take a bow. That was poetry in motion. But with 3.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap, Carlis Bernssons will realise that he's not quite out of the woods yet because of Kriausiunas just behind. And now Michaelis Schuber has gone a little bit wide and Emilis Kapkauskas has dived through. That was at turn 6. Kapkauskas did not even need to hesitate, nor need a second invitation to fire it up the inside with a great textbook overtake. But can Carlis Bernssons keep away from Remigius Kriausiunas? The answer with a fastest lap of a 1 minute, 0.513. The gap now is 1.5 seconds with just 2 minutes and 30 plus an additional lap to go. Kriausiunas is powerless and might have to keep a keen eye on what's happening behind with Kapkauskas. And then you've got Jube and Bakutis very close together indeed. That trio at the moment is covered by points, well, about 3/4 of a second. Nevertheless, the battles have been fast and frantic. Here in the Mini-Max division, there is the 149 of Oskaras Bakutis, who is ahead of Tauras Simnikas. And another lap completed by Carlis Bernssons. And is 2.6 seconds up the road from Remigius Kriausiunas in the 199. Now with a significant dry line here at Aukštadvaris, this is allowing the number 136 of Carlis Bernssons on the Energy Corsa chassis will come out of the final corner. 2 laps remain in this third of 5 finals. And at the moment, you would say Carlis Bernssons got this in the bag, Alex. Never say never. That's all I'm going to lay down on the line for you people at home. But more to the point, Bernssons is absolutely flying. Last lap was a 1 minute, 0.831. So Kapkauskas being followed by Bakutis. This is the battle for P3. So in the meantime, the timer has hit 0. As Carlos Bernssons has a pretty decent advantage over everybody else. So that is going to be the case of there being just this lap to go. And Carlos Bernssons, look how calm the 136 is. Looking ahead, reacting in preparation for heavy braking. But Carlos Bernssons managed to get to the front end of the field and struck whilst the iron was hot at the place that had the biggest amount of unfortunate window of security, so to speak. But it is going to be the case that Carlos Bernssons from the bottom half of the top 10 will come out of the final corner, and Carlos Bernssons wins the final in Mini. So Kliaus Yunus in P2, Kapkauskas P3. So that is, as they say, is that. And there is your race winner, Carlos Bernssons in the juniors. Up next, we've got our penultimate. So, this is now the two main categories that a lot of people say that, yeah, well, juniors, they crash a lot. You don't want to see the car that's owned by another individual. So the green flag now waves. Let's take you through the senior and senior club starting grid for their final. Dovydas Gudlevicius and Tom Strela will line up on the front row. Marius Karsiaukas and Kimi Komulainen round out row number 2. Normantas Varsavicius and Kaios Petkus round out row number 3. Ginas Rimkus and Lorinas Karalovicius round out row number 4. Head of Dovydas Kvazelis and Domas Karalovicius. Jonas Liurkauskas and Oliver Kerg round out row number 6, with Ugne Puskiorte rounding out 13th. Matas Balsius and Rodrigo Kakers round out your 15 strong grid. Arvasavicius starts from P5 as the pole sitter in senior club, but Gudlevicius and Serle on the front row of the grid as we are set and ready for 12 minutes plus an additional lap into the tram lines. The green flag is waved straight away, and all of a sudden it's all going to start kicking off very, very quickly as they head through into turn 2, now into 3, into the left at 4. Gudlevicius got the whole shot. Strela was alongside towards the out part of turn 1. Komulainen has got through on Karsiaukas and is now starting to challenge the top 2 very early as Arvasavicius trying to go toe-to-toe with Karsiaukas, who said, "Thou shalt not pass. Thou shalt not pass go. Thou shalt not collect 200 euros. And bit of a touch between 4th and 5th as the top 3 are breaking away. Tom Strela now trying to really get on with the business at hand as these laps are going to be at breakneck speed. Strela into the slipstream and Gudlevicius into turn 1 here on lap 2. Gap was 79 thousandths between the pair. Karsiaukas is staying with them, keeping the 2 in front at the sharp end of the field. Very, very honest indeed. Strela to the inside at 5. Loses out of position. Karsiaukas snips through and gets past the Latvian for 2nd position. Now through into turn 7. And into the right here at turn 8, which literally sweeps around. Then into turns 9 and 10. Strela has got to really not make any unforced errors and put significant pressure on Marius Karsiaukas and Dovydas Gudlevicius for the win here in seniors. So now it is the case of, with the top 3 covered by just over 4/10 of a second, there is a lot to play for in this race, not just being the championship leader after the race is completed, but also have that bragging right going into round 2 on the 14th of June. And this is where the mind games come in. You know, you got through the heats, you got to the final, and the final is when you just have to go and absolutely send it. Karsiaukas defends against Strela, going through into turns 7 and 8. Oh, sorry, turns 1 and 2. So good defence there by the 373, who is closing in on Gudlevicius. The gap between the top 3 last time round, 0.439 of a second. So nearly 4.5 tenths. Through into turn 7 again. These laps are going to be absolutely flying by. These drivers on the precipice of the limits of adhesion, and how long these Mojo D5 CIK FIA homologated tyres will last. They need to work within an operating window, and if you can get that nice balance of pace and looking after your tyres. Very much like how Checo Perez was able to do during his days at Sahara Force India at Racing Point, which then would later evolve into what we know now as the Aramco Aston Martin Formula One team, based still out of Silverstone. And Petkus in fourth has just set the fastest lap of the race at 52.757. Sorry, 5.75. Was 2/10 quicker than Tom Strella. The gap between third and fourth is now to around about the, well, in many respects there's going to be a lot of talking after this one, because these three at the top end of the field have been absolutely flying, and Skudla sets a new fastest lap of the race, 52.194. Can we see possibilities of overtakes? Yes, we do. Tom Strella through at turn 4 on Marius Karsiaukas. Karsiaukas returns the favour through at 5, closes off the racing line. Strella again, this time trying through at turn 6. He's going to have to wait to the last moment to try and put an overtake attempt in. Can he do so into turn 8? No, sticks with the 3.73. So at this point, you would have to say that maybe your dark horse could be Karsiaukas. It could be Stella in P3, or more to the point, Gudlevicius is going to stay up at the sharp end of the field and not really want to do too much of the following. Looking back over the left shoulder. So we are getting closer and closer to the halfway point. As Tom Strella and Marius Karsiaukas still battling away, but Dovidas Gudlevicius now has a 1 second advantage. We are halfway through this race at the moment. So Rodrigo Kakas unfortunately did not start the race, so we went down to 14, but all 14 drivers are now still running. Lorenas Kalorovicius sets a new fastest lap of the race, a 52.129. Good work by the senior club driver in the 374, who currently rounds out the top 6. Normantas Avasavicius in the number 336 rounds out second in the class, has dropped 4 places. Kimi Komalainen has dropped 3. Giminas Rimkus down 3. Dovidas Kvaselis has also dropped down 2 places, as is Domas Kalorovicius. But Tom Strella to the inside. Oh, that was so close. I think they might have just had a little bit of sidewall rubbing, and Strella is through. Here comes Kaius Petkus to the inside of Karsiaukas at turn 5, and now they're wheel to wheel into the entry point at 6. Strella had to make that move. He thought, right, if I've got any chance, any iota of possibility to get through on Dovidas Gudlevicius for the race win, I need to make that move. It was decisive, he was fully committed, and of course sometimes there is a little bit of rubbing on the sidewalls, but that's minimal comparing to going for the move, missing your braking point, and harpooning into the side of the driver in front. And now, well, Kaius Petkus has said to Marius Karsiaukas, right then, now it's time for you to follow the leader. And in case of that crew, looks to be the case that Kaius is the more senior of the drivers. Well, I don't know in terms of age, but in terms of being in this class, Kaius Petkus and Marius Karsiaukas, they can help each other in this race. They can start chasing after Tom Strella. They can start chasing after Dovydas Gulevicius, but one driver out of the two will want to be the one that has the opportunity to push forward like an absolute whirling dervish and put the aggressive level, in the words of Spinal Tap, to volume number 11. And now we're running in the 52s. That's going to give us about another 5 laps, I would have thought, including this one. When you consider that they're running in the 52s, that's pretty decent, actually. But what a few enthralling battles that we have had so far. Kajus Petkus versus Marius Karsiaukas. Is there a little bit of a weather front coming in? We might be quite lucky with this one. Not too sure what the situation might be with DD2 and DD2 Masters. And then DD2 Club. That will bring the on-track action to an eventual conclusion here at the Aukštadvaris circuit here in Lithuania, just not that far away from the capital city of Vilnius. Place I've had the opportunity to go and visit that part of the world. So I have to give Zender a perfect shout out. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. But now the cloud cover has come back in again. And the drivers just want to get through this, in the words of Daniel Bedingfield. The one driver that is making sure that his intention is known, it is going to be Dovydas Gulevicius. Tom Strehler will be the best part of just over 2 seconds behind. But still, battles are still waging on. Wars over the course of the championship season need that little joie de vivre, little spring in the step. And this battle here is still not fading away into the distance. And just goes to show how competitive these drivers are. This is not easy. There is the 383 of Kajus Petkus. Tom Strehler is now a little bit further up the road, but Marius Karsiaukas is trying to do his level best. Karsiaukas, no matter what he tries, but Dovydas Gulevicius made sure that his time is now. We've gone past 60 minutes, but Dovydas Gulevicius but nevertheless, on the final lap, Dovydas Gulevicius, pole position, fastest lap, and the Grand Chelem with a victory on the cards. And I'm not at all surprised that when you get a lot of people that have been involved with the championship, I've really enjoyed circuits like this where it's a blend of technicality. What can you say? Gulevicius hasn't really put a foot wrong. And this race in the final absolutely personifies it. In the seniors, as the snow starts to fall again, it's Dovydas Gulevicius that wins the senior final ahead of Tom Strehler. Marius Karsiaukas edges out Kajus Petkus by 0.7 of a second. Oliver Kurgan, Laurinus Kalulovicius rounds out your top 6, and more to the point, the 374. has just taken senior club victory. Ginas Rimkus finishing behind of Karadovicius and Oliver Kirk, with the latter rounding out the top 5. Jonas Liukauskas et al. There you see the so Balisis Mortas, Piscoro to Ugne. So there are your provisional race results for four finals down, 1 to go. Up next, it's DD2 and DD2 Masters. You do not want to miss this. So this is the last final that will conclude today's racing action. And as you can hear, the hailstones are coming back down again. And it's not been an easy day for everyone involved here this weekend. So 30-second board is up. That is coming down significantly. Oh my goodness me! I think everyone that needs a warm bath is going to be, or a very hot shower well, not to cool down, but to warm up, is going to be feeling very much that they need a sigh of relief. Edgars Vilkans will lead the field from pole position. Tomas Rudokas will be alongside on the front row. Mikolas Mazinas will lead Masters from P3 on the road in the 577, and he'll be joined by Noyus Janelaitis on row 2. Joel Kasper Joipera, the last of the DD2 drivers in the field, of which we have 4, starts from 5th, and we'll have DD2 Club pole sitter Aras Jankevicius alongside on row 3 with Balius Latakas, Andre Kerg and Kaius Budkevicius rounding out the field. So for this race, it will be 14 minutes plus an additional lap to decide our winner in all 3 classes for the opening round of the 5-round season here in 2026. So, as the heavens above open up the weather, we go green for one final time. And Vilkans once again showcases the lightning starts that you can get in a DD2. But the Sony kart he's piloting, the 469 heavy understeer into turn 3 as the field makes its way through into the very tight and twisty hairpin sections at the top right-hand corner of the circuit. Traction is going to be at a premium, and in some respects you might have to short shift that up to second from first when you exit out of the corner, to really get the traction down. There's the 517 of DD2 Masters driver Polius Latakas, who has got Mikolas Mazinas behind him. So Mikolas Mazinas had a terrible opening lap as Thomas Rudokas is trying to close on in, and that is on Edgar's Vilcans. So Rudokas on the Kart Republic chassis, Edgar's Vilcans with the tried and tested Sony kart underneath him. Across the line to complete the opening lap. No surprise that it's Joel Kasper Joipera. My apologies there in the 429, who's gotten through on everybody else. Started down the order, and he just nipped it in the bud, dived through at turn 3, and Edgar's Vilcans couldn't do anything about it. One of the things that Vilcans did not want to do was to cause himself a mischief. And I think, well, he knew that he'd opened up the door, and now he's got to keep the Estonian in front very, very honest indeed, because if Joel Kasper Joipera makes a mistake, then Edgar's Vilcans will need no second invitation whatsoever and will completely exploit the advantage to his favour thereof. So the first 2 minutes are completed. The top two have a lead after the opening lap of around about 4.8 seconds from first to third. And that gap is going to further still increase. Fastest lap of the race is a 1:08.759 by Joel Kasper Joipera. Edgar's Vilcans, 5.5 tenths behind in P2, 1 minute 9.588. So at the minute, the top two are the only drivers in these conditions able to push their karts to under a 1 minute and 10 second lap. As Joipera goes through into T7. Andrej Kerr gets through on Aras Jankovičius and moves up to fourth overall. 2 seconds behind Nojas Jadolaitis in the 445, who currently rounds out the overall top three. Not necessarily the top three in each club. Well, it will be the top three if you can get there. But Joel Kasper Joipera has now put down another marker. 1 minute 7.145 from the 429 Kart Republic chassis. And the 469 Sony kart of Edgar's Vilcans does not seem to have the power or the waft in these wet weather conditions to go after the 429. Here we have the battle between 445, Nojas Jadolaitis, and that is Andrej Kerg to his outside at turn 5. Can Kerg get the undercut? Oh, that's beautiful from the DD2 Masters leader. He's going to keep it around the outside at turn number 6, and he's sideways whilst applying the power. Andrej Kerg now up into P3 overall, having done a number on Nojas Jadolaitis. Aras Jankovičius in the 427 DD2 Club entry is also quickly getting the drivers in front into the view scope that has his crosshairs very much aiming forward to try and see what he can do on the circuit here. And a new personal best for Andrej Kerg, 1 minute 10.861. Joel Kasper Joipera is going to have to keep an eye on Edgar's Vilcans because the last laps from the respective drivers, Vilcans 1 minute 7.8. No, last lap was 1 minute 7.856. Joel Kasper Joipera's pace has slightly dropped, 1 minute 7.531. Now, if they are on slick tyres, or if they decided to go on slick tyres, that has been a very, very interesting call. Thomas Rudokas, I've seen not on my timesheets at the moment now. Looks like he might have retired as well. But at the moment, it is the case of seeing who is going to be the best in this particular class. There's the 445. Noyes Shelolitis being closed down for 5th by Paulius Latakas. But we do have just over 7 minutes and 40 plus an additional lap left in the chamber, so to speak. But your Kasper Jopera. Oh, right, who's had a bit of a wobble? That is going to be the 427 of DD2 Club driver, Aras Jankevicius. In the 427, a little bit of a slip and slide moment there. And that is the one of two DD Club drivers, along with the 466 of Butkevicius, who is no longer taking any part in the race. Neither is Thomas Rudokas, so we're down to 7 karts. And we are past the halfway point of this DD2 Masters and DD2 Club rounds. That's Mikolas Mazinas just coming through the shot. Just might be feeling a little bit, wouldn't say the word be hurt down like that. A kick to the stomach. But you got to feel for Thomas Rudokas, out of the race. And Joel Kaspar Jopera leads the way in the number 429. The Kart Republic chassis, serving Jopera from Estonia very, very well indeed. Now, what is most important? Cross the T's, dot the I's. Don't do anything fancy in these karts, because the minute if you hit the accelerator in a full-blown senior Rotax class, and then you add E20 to that, that would be spicy. So again, just a little bit of a hop, skip and a jump. But Jopera is still continuing to put those qualifying style laps despite the wet weather conditions. But you can just see how calm and composed the 429 of Joel Kasper Jopera is. Edgars Vilkans is trying to close that gap, and at the minute he's not quite succeeding. Vidgar Zalkans last time did a 1 minute 7.656. Joel Kasper Jopera did a, that was Edgars Vilkans. Joel Kasper Jopera last time did a 1 minute 6.261. So that is nearly a second and a half. But it hasn't been an easy one. Everyone has been put through the ringer. Families, teams, team bosses, engineers, mechanics, data analysis, live timing, live scoring. But when you consider the fact that if you can be out front and make it work, that is exactly what the 429 in DD2 is getting on. And that can be a pivotal point, you know, just wrestling with it. Okay, let's just do a bit of the old Steve Blomqvist. Yeah, going to the local shops with a cold beverage of some description. So we might be looking at more in the picture of 3 laps plus an additional one. So I found that, okay, right, I hadn't finished, but more to the point, this young driver here does have a pretty good record. And if you are one of those people that want to get involved with the Porsche Sports Cup Suisse, you can check them out at Porsche.ch on Instagram. But still, Joel Kasper Joipera leads the way. And that gap has been pretty much unassailable, mainly because of the fact that Edgars Vilkan's kart was so mighty in the wet weather conditions. 3 laps to go, as Joel Kasper Joipera will have an even bigger lead. And that is 6.7 seconds. He's making his way through into turn 4, now into the short run up to turn 5. So the counter is timing down. And the sun is trying to break its way through the clouds. A little bit of warmth bathing the circuit. So next time around, Joel Kasper Joipera will have to declare his nationality, check in the bags, and then vamos skidoosh, off you go. And look at that, just nice, neat, tidy application of steering and of throttle manipulation. But now the timer hits 0 as Joel Kasper Joipera enters into turn 7 here on lap 13 out of 14. Andre Kurg still running a genuine P3 in the number 547 entry, which has had quite a bit of say there's probably been some kind of restoration that has been going on at the moment, but we have one more lap. Joel Kasper Joipera, and it's just put in a lap that is less than, well, it's a tenth and a half less than his one. A 1 minute 6.272. But what can you say about this man? Driver with the AGS Racing crew. Now looks like they have switched possibly to Birrell. But with the rain and the snow and the sleet and the hefty high winds out here at Monza, it has been a true pleasure to be out here to call this one for you, because it is not easy whatsoever. So, Joel Kasper Joipera takes the victory in the last race of the opening round of the 2026 RMC Lithuania season. here at Aukštadvaris. So Vilken's Edgar's showing up at I think it was 433 NBA bag. But there is your race winner, picture in picture. When you have to do the follow the leader, you got to hit that like, share, and subscribe if you want to. But here are your provisional results. Joel Kasper Joipera wins by 11 seconds ahead of Edgar Vilkans, with Andre Kerg rounding out your top three. Andre Kerg taking the win in Masters. Noia Sherolaitis and Polius Latakas round out the top 5 drivers, the latter one of which has just crossed the stripe to take the checkered flag. Aras Jankevicius ends up 6th, and 3 retirements. Michaelas Mazinas, Thomas Rudokas and Kaius Budkevicius rounding out our finishing order. So that is now round 1 of the RMC Lithuania, powered by cartapart.com, your place for racing supplies. The series now will head to its next venue, and that will take place on June the 14th on Aniskjai. Then we head to Šiauliai, round 3, July the 25th. Riga for round 4 and round 5 on August the 29th, when we're joined by ROTAX Max Challenge Nordic. And then the 5th round, September the 19th, sees us head to Riga, and we will be joined by the Estonian and the Latvian ROTAX Max Challenges. A big thank you to everyone that has been watching along at home, wherever you have been in the world. We want to thank you for your due patience and understanding with the technical difficulties. It was an electrical issue joined by the weather atmospherics, when we had massive crosswinds, huge wind gusts approaching 80 kilometers an hour, snow, sleet, hail, you name it, we had it today. But we have some worthy winners. The other people that we have to thank is every single driver, every single mechanic, every team owner, every member of families that have been here to support the drivers this weekend. Anyone that's been supplying catering this weekend, you're definitely going to be well thanked after this one. More to the point, a big thank you to the team behind the scenes, live timing from RG Timing themselves. A big thank you to them. So Achu. Our marshalling crew out on the circuit, braving the elements all day long. Chapeau to every single one of you. Also, administration behind the scenes, stewards, race control, race direction, clerk of the course. Also, everyone behind the scenes in the organisation themselves. A big thank you, a big achu to everybody there. A big thank you to the team at No Limits, providing our live streaming coverage, which will continue all the way through the 2026 season. Thank you so much for tuning in. The path to Portimao for the ROTAX Max Challenge Grand Finals in 2026 is very much underway here in Lithuania. We will see you June the 14th for round number 2. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you next time. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We will see you very soon indeed. Bye-bye for now.